Chapter 510. In the hall of the Luo clan, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded when Yan Ming first said that they thought he was joking. After all, why would Yan Ming, the young master of the Crimson City, come to the small Luo clan to pick a fight? But after hearing what he said, everyone suddenly felt that Yan Ming seemed to be serious. He was not joking, he was really here to snatch the bride. Some of the younger generation were even more excited and did not mind if this matter blew up. In their eyes, Luo Ying was like a goddess. How could she marry a fool? Now that Yan Ming was here to snatch the bride, from a certain point of view, this was exactly what they wanted to see and were happy to see. Young Master Yan Ming, you. After recovering from the shock, the head of the Luo clan reacted with suppressed anger on his face, but he did not dare to show it. This was because he could not afford to offend Yan Ming, let alone the entire Yan clan. If he wanted to stay in the Crimson City, he had to swallow his pride and not get into a conflict with Yan Ming. Looking at Yan Ming's sneer and arrogant attitude, the people of the Luo clan in the hall had ugly expressions. On the day of the wedding, Yan Ming, as the young master of the Crimson City, suddenly came to snatch the bride. Was this not deliberately humiliating the Luo clan? The rest of the guests, after recovering from their shock, also looked like they were enjoying the show. But more people still looked at Gu Changa quietly. They felt that this mysterious young man had an unimaginable background. Even Yan Ming was extremely respectful to him. But now Gu Changa didn't say anything. She just stood there and watched all of this with a look of interest. This made the guests even more confused about Gu Changa's purpose and intentions. The people behind Gu Changa gave them a sense of fear. They could not imagine how terrifying their cultivation was. At this moment, Luo Ying, who was under the red veil, frowned slightly. She was a little unhappy. She naturally heard what Yan Ming said, which made her very unhappy. After all, she had made it clear to Yan Ming before this. But Yan Ming did not give up and came to cause trouble on the wedding day. Fool! At this moment, Luo Feng, who was the main character of this wedding banquet, had a slight change in his eyes. He did not expect that on his wedding day, Yan Ming would actually appear and steal the bride, and even insulted him by calling him a fool. If it was before his mind was not clear, he would definitely not care about these words. But now he felt a chill in his heart. How many years had the last person who insulted him like this died? Young Master Yan Ming, today is the wedding day of Feng, and Ying. If you are here to give them your blessings, my Luo clan will naturally welcome you. But if you are here to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite. At this moment, an elder of the Luo clan who had a fiery temper stood out and stared at Yan Ming with an unfriendly gaze. From the moment Yan Ming arrived, he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he saw Yan Ming's overbearing attitude, how could he bear it? Even if he was the young lord of Red South City, he still had to be reasonable. Who would come to steal the bride on the day of the wedding? Not only was he humiliating them, he was also disregarding the entire Luo clan. Cause trouble? What a joke! I am here to save Junior Sister from the sea of bitterness. Do you really think that Junior Sister is willing to marry a fool? You watched her marry a fool and did nothing. You even acquiesced to this. In my opinion, what is the difference between this and pushing Junior Sister into the fire pit? Hearing this, Yan Ming sneered again. He was very disdainful and did not care at all. His gaze slowly swept across the people of the Luo clan, carrying an intimidating pressure that made them not dare to look directly at him. His words made the people of the Luo clan choke. Many of them could not even find the words to defend themselves. However, this matter was not forced by them. It was Luo Ying who agreed to marry Luo Feng of her own accord. But who would dare to refute Yan Ming's words? Young Master Yan Ming, this is Ying's own accord. How could we force her? The Luo clan master was also desperately suppressing his anger as he spoke in a deep voice. His expression was very ugly. He did not expect Yan Ming to come because of this matter. Even if they continued to host the wedding today, The entire Luo clan would become the target of ridicule tomorrow or even the day after. Everyone would think that they were the ones who forced Luo Ying to marry a fool. Moreover, they might even offend the entire Yan clan. Cut the crap. Today, I will give the Luo clan some face. This is a member of the Yan clan. She is beautiful and is worthy of being the young master of the Luo clan. Seeing that the Luo clan master was about to say something, Yan Ming waved his hand and interrupted him. At the same time, he called over a lady behind him and said calmly. Although Yan Ming didn't continue speaking, his intention was obvious. Everyone present was very shocked. They could not help but look at the woman who was walking over behind Yan Ming. In terms of appearance, she could only be considered average at most. She had nothing to do with her beautiful face or her beautiful features. Moreover, who knew if she was a real member of the Yan clan or not? She might even be a servant of the Yan clan. This was clearly a kidnapping and a humiliation to the entire Luo clan. What, you've gone too far. Hearing these words, the Luo clan members were stunned. They looked at the lady who was walking towards them in disbelief. Many of the elders' faces turned green. They clenched their fists tightly, and their bodies trembled. It was obvious that they were extremely angry and sullen. Not only did Yan Ming want to snatch away the precious lady of the Luo clan, he even chose a random lady and tried to brush it off. This level of humiliation was equivalent to slapping them in the face in front of everyone. However, they had to put on a smiling face. How could they tolerate this? Even the Luo clan master, who had always prioritized the army, said coldly, "Young Master Yan Ming, are you determined to humiliate the entire Luo clan?" Yan Ming said calmly, "What do you mean by this? Do you think that the Yan clan is not worthy of the young master of the Luo clan?" Towards the end of his words, his expression turned cold as well. A few experts stood out from behind him. Their auras were so strong that many people could not breathe. This scene made many people's expressions change greatly, faintly turning pale. They felt that things had already exceeded their expectations. Yan Ming obviously came prepared. He even brought many experts from the Yan clan with him. Every one of them had a terrifying aura. They were all supreme saints. Why would he go to such lengths for Luo Ying? When the Luo clan members saw that the situation had suddenly turned hostile, their faces changed and their hair stood on end. If they had a choice, they really did not want to offend the Yan clan. In the entire Crimson South City, the Yan clan was fully deserving of being the overlord. No one dared to go against them. The Luo clan master's expression suddenly became hesitant. He could not help but look behind him. He did not know what Luo Ying was planning. If the Luo clan knows what's good for you, cancel this so-called wedding banquet today and let me leave with my junior sister. Otherwise, haha. Yan Ming laughed coldly again. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Gu Chang'e. When he saw that his expression was normal, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Today's matter, he naturally acted according to Gu Chang'e's instructions. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Chang'e was satisfied and did not let him down. This made Yan Ming feel relieved, and the cold smile on his face deepened. "Yan Ming, what do you mean by this? I have told you many times that I am not interested in you. Don't have any more fantasies. Marrying Luo Feng is my own choice. It has nothing to do with others. Uncle and the others have never forced me." At this moment, Luo Ying, who had been wearing a red veil, suddenly took off her red veil in front of everyone. She spoke with a cold expression. She stared at Yan Ming in front of her and spoke in an unhappy tone. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall was a little surprised. They did not expect that the bride, Luo Ying, would suddenly disregard etiquette and remove the red veil. Her face was cold and angry. Obviously, she was also very angry and did not want the Luo clan to fall out with the Yan clan because of this matter. The Luo clan's master was very moved. Seeing that Luo Ying had taken the initiative to stand up and clarify everything, Luo Feng's eyes flickered. Luo Feng, who had not spoken all this while, faintly flickered his eyes as they landed on Luo Ying beside him. In terms of temperament, she was no different from her ancestor. This made him feel a little complicated, and he wanted to take good care of Luo Ying. He knew that this was because of his obsession in the past. "Oh, Junior Ying, why are you doing this? Your senior brother is trying to save you. If you are not willing, then don't blame your senior brother for being rough." Hearing this, Yan Ming's expression was still the same as before. He sneered and said disdainfully. He did not care about Luo Ying's words at all. This made Luo Ying frown even more. She felt that Yan Ming had become obsessed. After not getting what he wanted, he became unrestrained and did not even care about her wishes. "Yan Ming, don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are the young city lord. Don't forget that my master is here." Luo Ying was different from the Luo clan. She had the backing of a supreme being elder of the Myriad Daos Academy, so she said coldly. Her words made the people of the Luo clan feel relieved. After all, even with the strength of the Yan clan, they would not dare to offend a supreme being. Speaking of this, Luo Ying looked at the silver-haired old woman on the other side. A supreme being was like a giant in the current Crimson South City. She was invincible, and no one dared to offend her. Even with the foundation of the Yan clan, they would not dare to do anything to a supreme being. After all, the strongest person in the Yan clan was only an emperor-to-be. Moreover, she was still in seclusion and had not come out. Thinking of this, the people of the Luo clan felt relieved and were not as worried as before. "Yan Ming, don't be unreasonable. Ying will decide for herself. No one can interfere with her." At this time, the silver-haired old woman, who had been resting with her eyes closed and did not open them even when Gu Changa and the others entered the hall, suddenly spoke. She seemed very aloof. She stood up and walked in front of Luo Ying. An indescribable power seemed to erupt from her thin and hunched body. Runes flashed and rules appeared, suppressing Yan Ming. Everyone behind Yan Ming turned pale and could not help but take a few steps back. This was the power of a supreme being. Although it was only a wisp of pressure or the sound of blood flowing, it was enough to crush ordinary cultivators and make their bodies explode. In just an instant, the entire hall of the Luo clan was shrouded in an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone's face turned pale and their spiritual souls trembled. They even felt like kneeling down. The silver-haired old woman stood up and looked at Yan Ming calmly. She knew Yan Ming's master, but even his master was just a junior in front of her. Therefore, she did not care about Yan Ming. If he still insisted on stopping the marriage between Luo Ying and Luo Feng, she would have to stand up and teach him a lesson. She wanted to teach him a lesson and wake him up. "Haha, what do you mean by that, seventh elder? Are you going to stop me too?" Although Yan Ming felt like he was facing a towering demonic mountain and he was almost out of breath, he still sneered. He still did not care about the silver-haired old woman in front of him. He knew the identity of the gray-robed old man behind Gu Changa. He was the lord of the White Bone region, the ancestor of the Bone clan, and his cultivation was unparalleled. With such an existence in this hall, how could he allow a supreme being to act presumptuously? "How dare you?" The silver-haired old woman did not expect Yan Ming to still be so disdainful at this time. Her face turned cold and she was a little angry. In just an instant, the sky of the entire Crimson South City changed. Terrifying dark clouds appeared and gathered there. Bolts of lightning gathered and struck down, as if the anger of heaven and earth. The cultivation of a supreme being had reached an indescribable level. Every word and action of hers could cause the weather to change. It was obvious that Yan Ming's attitude had angered the silver-haired old woman. The faces of the people in the hall changed drastically for fear of being implicated. After all, this was a real supreme being. It was easy for her to kill everyone present with a lift of her palm. "Yan Ming, do you still not understand?" At this moment, after seeing her master stand out, Luo Ying could not help but look at Yan Ming. Her face was full of indifference and disgust. However, to everyone's surprise, in the face of the terrifying pressure of a supreme being, Yan Ming did not show the slightest fear on his face. Instead, his sneer deepened, even though he could not stand steadily at this moment. His legs were weak, and he was about to crawl down. She begged for fresh flowers. Since Yan Ming and this girl are in love with each other, why don't you just let them be? At this moment, a man's voice with a faint and gentle tone sounded. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Then they all looked at Guchanga. They did not expect this mysterious young man to suddenly stand out at this time and say that Yan Ming and Luoying were in love with each other. At this moment, everyone could see that Yan Ming was here to steal the bride, and Luoying was unwilling to do so. How could they be in love with each other? The people of the Luo clan frowned and looked at Guchanga with unpleasant expressions, especially Luoying. She felt a deep sense of fear from this young man in front of her, which made her feel uneasy. After saying this, Guchanga had a faint smile on his face. He shook his sleeves lightly. With a buzz, the void trembled and the terrifying pressure in front of Yan Ming dissipated. Although he looked like he had just been fished out of the water, he could not hide the respect on his face. "Thank you for helping me out," Yan Ming said respectfully. Guchanga waved his hand, as if he did not care much. Then, with a slight smile on his handsome face, he said, "There's no need to be so polite. This Gu abhors evil as if it were an enemy. The thing that I hate the most is to break up a loving couple. What the Luo clan did today is indeed too much. Young master, please understand. Miss Ing-er and I love each other. But not only did the Luo clan insist on separating us, they even want to force Ing-er to marry a fool. They've gone too far. I hope young master can help me." Hearing this, Yan Ming also showed an angry look. He glanced at the people of the Luo clan coldly, as if he had been greatly humiliated. Such a scene really made everyone in the hall dumbfounded. The people of the Luo clan were so angry that they could not speak. They did not expect Guchanga and Yan Ming to say such things. Even with Luoying's personality, she was furious. Her face almost turned red. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Her eyes were cold. This was the first time she had seen such a person who could turn black into white in front of so many people, and in such a logical manner. 0. This is too much. Luo Feng finally reacted. He clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with coldness. He could see that Yan Ming was not here to simply snatch the bride. He was here to humiliate him and the entire Luo clan. Although the silver-haired old lady was shocked by the way Guchanga dispelled her pressure, she did not pay much attention to it. In her opinion, Guchanga looked too young. He was about the same age as Luoying and the rest. However, she was a little concerned about the people behind him. She felt that she could not see through them. "You can't tell right from wrong. You don't look like a good person. You are jackals of the same tribe as Yan Ming." At this moment, her eyes were filled with anger as she said, coldly. The terrifying pressure of a supreme being was like a flood that broke through the dam. It suddenly poured down on Guchanga, forcing him to kneel down and submit. In an instant, the entire hall trembled. Although there were many array runes, they were all destroyed in an instant. They could not withstand the pressure of a supreme being. Everyone's face turned pale. They were terrified, and even their primordial spirits were about to collapse. Compared to before, the silver-haired old lady was clearly serious this time. However, Guchanga's expression did not change from the beginning to the end. He even had a hint of amusement and interest, like a cat playing with a mouse. This made many people who had been paying attention to him feel a chill in their hearts. They felt that this matter was not so simple. How disrespectful to the young master. You are courting death. In the next moment, before the silver-haired old lady's pressure landed, a cold snort suddenly sounded from behind Guchanga. Immediately after, there seemed to be an explosion in the void. Sound waves appeared and turned into terrifying sharp blades that contained the supreme power of the rules. Poof! Blood splattered, accompanied by a chilling and horrifying trembling sound. White bone fragments, mixed with a bloody mist, exploded in the void. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the silver-haired old lady collapsed with a boom and instantly turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. She did not even have time to scream. Until the last moment, there was still horror and despair in the depths of her eyes, as well as deep regret. A supreme being who could dominate the world and become a giant of a generation died, so tragically, her body and soul destroyed. In an instant, the entire hall of the Luo clan fell dead silent. Everyone's scalp went numb, and they were terrified to the extreme. They looked at Gu Changa with deep fear in their eyes. What was his identity? Just the guards behind him had such terrifying strength. They were at least quasi-emperors. At this time, the people of the Luo clan were even more pale. Many people trembled. Some people's legs went soft and directly fell to the ground with a plop. They were frightened by this scene. Even Yan Ming, who had expected this, was a little pale. After all, this was a supreme being, not a cabbage that could be found on the street. A supreme being who looked down on a place and had cultivated for millions of years. His strength was considered to be a super expert in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Master! At this time, Luo Ying was also incomparably stunned. Her face became incomparably pale, and her voice was trembling. She did not dare to believe it at all. His master, who was a supreme being, exploded and died after being scolded by the burly man behind the other party. She could not believe this scene, and her whole body was cold. Ada, don't be rude. We're guests. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa's eyes did not change much and only smiled faintly. The death of a supreme being was not much different from stepping on an ant in his eyes. Yes, master. Ada heard and respectfully walked back behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone was trembling. They felt that the Luo clan had provoked a big trouble today. Miss Luo Ying and Yan Ming are in love with each other. I think there should be no problem now, right? Gu Changa then smiled faintly. His eyes swept across the people of the Luo clan and finally fell on the face of Luo Feng, who looked abnormally fearful in the depths of his eyes. He was a little interested. It seemed that this son of destiny was tolerant. Until now, he had not said anything and was still acting like a fool. Hearing this, the hall was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Even the Luo clan master, who had just spoken, turned pale. He was extremely frightened and did not dare to say a word. Fan. Chapter 511. A supreme stage existence died tragically in the hall. Just like that, his body and soul annihilated, without even the slightest sign. The shock caused by this scene was too great. Many people were still in a daze and had yet to react. After hearing Gu Changa's words, almost everyone was terrified and did not dare to make a sound. The people of the Luo clan were even more shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. To the Luo clan, a supreme being was already an unimaginably terrifying existence. They had to treat it with utmost caution. However, Luo Ying's master had been killed by a voice. How could they not be frightened? If Yan Ming insisted on taking Luo Ying away, they would not dare to stop him, let alone stop him. This Luo Feng is really good at enduring. I wonder what kind of identity he is hiding. Gu Changa looked at Luo Feng with interest. In his field of vision, he could see the changes in Luo Feng's fate. This fate was mixed with the fate of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. In that case, there was only one possibility. Luo Feng's true identity was closely related to the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Gu Changa pondered in his mind. It was difficult for him to determine Luo Feng's identity at the moment. He was not sure if Luo Feng had any backup plans. However, this kind of expert revival style should not be much different from the rebirth style. Judging from the current situation, Luo Feng's strength was still very weak. Hence, Gu Changa wanted to know what Luo Feng's value could bring him. Men, take missing away. Today's wedding banquet is over. At this moment, Yan Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly waved his hand and ordered the people behind him to take Luo Ying away. This scene made Luo Ying, who was still in a daze, react. Her expression changed drastically, and she wanted to retreat. She had not expected Yan Ming to really want to take her away by force. Moreover, it was during the wedding banquet. At this moment, if she ordered the people in the dark to take action, it would expose the arrangements she had made all these years. At this moment, Luo Ying was in a dilemma. The people of the Luo clan also looked at this scene in a daze. They did not dare to stop it. Luo Feng, are you just going to watch them take me away? At this moment, Luo Ying suddenly looked at the red-robed Luo Feng and couldn't help but ask. She could tell that the current Luo Feng was very different from how he used to be. The current Luo Feng was no longer the fool from before. She didn't know why she suddenly spoke to Luo Feng. She just felt that he wasn't simple and that he might have a solution. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Even the members of the Luo clan looked at Luo Feng in shock. They did not understand why Luo Ying would speak to a fool like Luo Feng. However, what they saw stunned them. They hadn't paid much attention to Luo Feng before, but now they discovered that he was very different from before. His gaze became spirited and deep, and he no longer drooled. As he stood there, he even seemed to have an extraordinary demeanor. Feng, the clan head of the Luo clan, could not help but shout in excitement. Is this still that idiot Luo Feng from before? The guests were also shocked as they looked at the current Luo Feng carefully. Feng, you've recovered? The clan head of the Luo clan asked with a trembling voice. He wasn't sure if Luo Feng had truly recovered, or if it was just his imagination. Father, I don't know what happened, but I suddenly regained my consciousness. It's as if everything that happened in the past 20 years was just a dream. Luo Feng did not expect that Luo Ying would suddenly speak to him like this at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, then used the excuse he thought of earlier to explain. This could also be considered as an explanation as to why he had suddenly become clear-headed. Hearing this idiot, who had been an idiot for 20 years, suddenly speak, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Some of them even found it hard to believe. However, this was not something that the previous idiot would say. It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. At this moment, the people of the Luo clan did not doubt Luo Feng's explanation and were happy and excited. This Luo Feng actually regained his consciousness. But what can he change even if he regains his consciousness? Yan Ming was stunned. He did not expect that Luo Feng, who had been an idiot for more than 20 years, would recover today. However, even if he regained his consciousness, what use would it be? The cold smile on his face deepened as he ordered the people behind him. Take Miss Luo Ying away. I want to see who dares to stop me today. Yes, young master. When the people behind Yan Ming heard this, they did not dare to delay and immediately walked towards Luo Ying, wanting to take her away. Hold on. Seeing this, the coldness in Luo Feng's eyes deepened. He suddenly stood out and blocked the people in front of him. Luo Feng, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you dare to stop me? Yan Ming's face darkened. He did not expect Luo Feng to be so insensible. Luo Ying and I are engaged. Do you have any reason to snatch someone's beloved? Luo Feng glanced at Yan Ming with a calm expression, then looked at Gu Chang'e on the other side. His intuition told him that today's matter of snatching the bride was definitely related to Gu Chang'e. Even Yan Ming was just following his instructions. Therefore, this sentence was directed at Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e only smiled faintly and did not pay attention to him. Yan Ming sneered, Cut the crap. I am taking Luo Ying away today. What are you going to do about it? Such an attitude could be said to be extremely arrogant. However, no one dared to say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yan Ming now had Gu Chang'e's support, not to mention his identity as the young master of Crimson South City. This is truly going too far. This is the first time I've seen such behavior. Luo Feng's eyes flashed coldly, then he said faintly, "But I will say this today, if you dare to take Luo Ying away, do you believe that the family behind you will not be able to protect you tomorrow?" His words were spoken very calmly, but the moment they rang out, it caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble, especially the people of the Luo clan. Their minds were blown, and they were extremely stunned. They felt that Luo Feng had not recovered yet to say such words. Even the Yan clan would not be able to protect Yan Ming? What a boastful tone. They simply couldn't believe it. They felt that Luo Feng had gone mad and hadn't come to his senses yet. Luo Ying, on the other hand, had an indescribable belief in Luo Feng's words. Her eyes were shining. Compared to the Luo Feng who was always muddle-headed, the Luo Feng today was confident and steady. His entire person exuded an extraordinary aura that would not panic even if the sky collapsed. It was this aura that suddenly gave her a sense of security. Such arrogance! A mere young master of the Luo clan dares to speak such arrogant words. Do you know how to spell the word death? Yan Ming heard this and sneered. Being provoked by Luo Feng like this made him feel ashamed and a little cold. I hope you and the young master behind you will not regret it when the time comes. Luo Feng glanced at him coldly. The most important thing in his mind was to guess Gu Changa's background. However, no matter how powerful Gu Changa's background was, could it be more powerful than his ancestor of the 8 barren 10 regions, the former ancestor Feng? Now, as long as he used his mind to activate the imprint of the immortal path in his spiritual soul and contacted his former subordinates, they would definitely rush over and pay him a visit. One had to know that after so many years, his former 4 subordinates had already established a huge force in the 8 barren 10 regions. A mere Red South City's young lord. What kind of waves could he stir up? This scene stunned everyone once again. Luo Feng said such words. Was he not afraid of the Yan clan's revenge? The Luo clan members who were happy because Luo Feng had regained consciousness were a little stiff. At this moment, they even hoped that Luo Feng had not regained consciousness. Wouldn't he have offended the entire Yan clan by saying such words? Could it be that Luo Feng has another identity? Luo Ying seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly looked a little shocked. Suddenly it seems that way. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and smiled. He felt that the current Luo Feng was very similar to the war immortal that he had met in the Tianlan domain. Since Luo Feng was so confident, he must have a backup plan that he had kept until now. A backup plan and the so-called blessing of the 8 barren 10 regions. After thinking about it, Gu Changa finally felt that it must have something to do with the 4 great war immortal clans. This way he could gather all of them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 512. Xiao Yang, Lin Wu, and Luo Feng were connected by countless karmic threads. The greatest connection between the guardians, the 4 great divine warriors, and the unknown Luo Feng was the separation of the 8 desolates and 10 regions from the upper realm many years ago. To Gu Changa, this was a good opportunity to wipe out the 3 of them. After dealing with the guardians, he would deal with the 4 great divine warriors and find the epic tree. Was this not a good opportunity? You're courting death. How dare you threaten me? Just as everyone in the hall was shocked by Luo Feng's words, Yan Ming attacked with a furious look on his face. A surging aura swept over like a raging wave, wanting to drown Luo Feng. In his opinion, Luo Feng had most likely gone mad and had yet to recover from his previous state of mind. He dared to threaten him and did not even take Gu Changa seriously. Did he not know how to die? Boom! This was Yan Ming's furious attack, containing an unimaginable divine power. In just an instant, the entire hall began to shake. Numerous runes interweaved, and the walls, which had already cracked, began to explode. All the guests' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated in all directions. Although Luo Ying's master was furious, he did not spread his aura to other places and did not destroy the hall. Now that Yan Ming had attacked, he naturally did not have any scruples. He did not care about the lives of the guests here at all. This shocked and angered them, and at the same time they were terrified. "Stop!" The Luo clan master was still shocked by what Luo Feng said after he regained consciousness. He didn't expect Yan Ming to attack him without giving him any face. After regaining his senses, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Luo Feng, wanting to block Yan Ming's attack. "Father, you don't have to stop him." However, Luo Feng stopped the Luo clan master and shook his head. There was no change in his expression. Instead, he was very calm, as if he was not worried at all. This made the crowd even more surprised. Luo Feng was not worried at all. Was he stupid? Or did he have some kind of confidence? In the next instant, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a buzzing sound rang out as a faint golden light appeared on Luo Feng's forehead. That seemed to be an ancient imprint. There was a mysterious and profound aura intertwining. However, as soon as he appeared, he emitted a terrifying aura that made people tremble and want to kneel down in front of him. Such a method shocked everyone. All of a sudden, everyone in the hall was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Could this be? Seeing the scene, Luo Ying's mouth was wide open. She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak properly. As a direct descendant of the Guardians, she naturally knew a lot of secrets. Naturally, she knew what this mark represented. At this time, there was an explosion in her mind. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Boom! The moment this golden mark appeared in the void, Yan Ming's attack also landed on it. Everyone could faintly see the strange phenomenon of gods and demons roaring and immortals chanting scriptures. The void became blurry, and then there was an explosion of unparalleled power. It was as if stars had exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Runes soared into the sky, and the blinding light made people unable to open their eyes. Many people were crying and quickly turned their heads away, not daring to look directly at it. One could imagine how terrifying the fluctuation was. What made all of them feel even more shock and disbelief was what the golden imprint was. Why was Luo Feng able to use it and block Yan Ming's attack? Puff! Then there was a groan. Yan Ming, who attacked first, spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken sack. Such a scene shocked everyone. One had to know that Luo Feng had never cultivated before. What exactly is this? The people of the Luo clan opened their mouths wide. Their voices were trembling, and they couldn't say a complete sentence. What they had seen today had given them too much of a shock. No one would have thought that Luo Feng, who had been mentally retarded for more than 20 years, would suddenly wake up and activate such a strange mark, directly injuring Yan Ming. After regaining their senses, even more of the clansmen became terrified. They were incomparably frightened and worried. After all, Luo Feng had injured the young master of Crimson South City in front of everyone. After today, would the Yen clan let them go? In the huge Crimson South City, there would no longer be a place for their clan to stay. When they thought of this, they wished that Luo Feng hadn't recovered. Who is Luo Feng? What is his relationship with our ancestor? Why would the mark in the embroidered handkerchief of our ancestor appear on Luo Feng's body? On the other side, unlike the people of the Luo clan who were worried and uneasy, at this moment, Luo Ying was extremely shocked. Her eyes were fixed on Luo Feng, and her breathing became rapid. At this moment, the threat of Gu Chang'e and the others in front of her was insignificant. Just this mark alone was enough to prove that Luo Feng's identity was not simple. Disrespect to me. This is a small punishment for you. Luo Feng ignored the shocked and incredulous expressions of the people. His expression was very indifferent at this moment, with a hint of coldness. He glanced at Yan Ming in the distance, who was being helped up by several people of the Yen clan, and said indifferently. As the words fell, the mark on his forehead gradually dimmed and disappeared. It was as if the scene that everyone saw just now was just an illusion. This is... The patriarch of the Luo clan looked at Luo Feng in shock and asked. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't react to all this. These things, after the trouble is solved, I will explain to father." Luo Feng gently shook his head and didn't say anything more. His eyes were mainly on Gu Chang'e. He felt that he had already shown his origin. If Gu Chang'e had a good eye, he would know to retreat. Otherwise, the one who would regret it would definitely be Gu Chang'e. In an instant, the hall became dead silent. Everyone looked in shock at Luo Feng, who was standing there with a sense of extraordinariness, and felt that their minds were in a mess. "Young master!" Yanming didn't expect Luo Feng to have such a trick up his sleeve and suffered a great loss. At this moment, he walked in front of Gu Chang'e with a guilty look. He didn't know what kind of trick Yanming used to block his full blow. "So it's this thing. I should have thought of it earlier." However, Gu Chang'e wasn't in the mood to listen to Yanming. He looked at Luo Feng and seemed to be muttering to himself. There was a hint of regret in his words that even he couldn't explain. Gu Chang'e was still guessing Luo Feng's true identity. He felt that he was related to the ancestors of the 4 divine warriors clans. However, after seeing the mark today, he came to a realization. Wasn't this the legendary epic brand? This kind of imprint could be said to have the same effect as the seal of samsara. However, the origin of the reincarnation mark was even more mysterious. The only way to obtain the epic mark was to comprehend it through the epic tree. He was almost certain that the person who had stolen the upper realm's fate and the epic tree was Luo Feng in front of him. There were too many reasons why Luo Feng would end up like this, but Gu Chang'e didn't want to know. To him, it was enough to know that Luo Feng was the person who had stolen the upper realm's fate. It was really a case of searching high and low. "You recognize this mark?" Luo Feng's indifferent expression froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but ask. He felt that things were out of his expectations. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much to him, and he wasn't fearful because of the mark. Instead, he looked like he was staring at some kind of interesting prey. This made him very uncomfortable. As one of the 4 ancestors of the Immortal Palace, not only did he have an unparalleled cultivation base, but he was also extremely bold. He dared to steal the epic tree from the upper realm when the rules of heaven and earth were broken, and then he started the battle of stealing heaven. When he was at his peak, who dared to look at him like that? Of course, I recognize it. After all, this is a rare epic mark. Hearing the question, Gu Chang'e said with an interested smile on her face. "What?" When Luo Feng heard this, he was stunned at first. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a boom in his head, and he almost lost his voice as he took a step back. He did not expect that Gu Chang'e would not only recognize this brand, but also be able to identify it in one breath. This set off a storm in his heart, and he couldn't believe it. Now, things were developing in a direction that he didn't dare to expect. Only a small number of people knew about the epic brand, and even fewer people could recognize it with a single glance. Most people in this world had never heard of such a thing. This scene confused everyone in the hall. They didn't know what the epic mark was, and had never heard of it. It wasn't something that they could come into contact with. On the contrary, judging from Luo Feng's expression, the epic mark should be something very powerful. Who exactly is he? Luo Ying calmed down at this moment. She could see that Luo Feng's identity was not simple. At the very least, he was someone from the same era as her ancestor. However, Gu Chang'e's identity had always been a mystery to her. He was powerful and mysterious, and it made her tremble with fear. "Who exactly are you?" Luo Feng forced himself to calm down and stared at Gu Chang'e, trying to see the slight change in his expression. "Who am I? Why don't you take a wild guess?" Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. In the eyes of Luo Ying and the others, his expression was like a cat catching a mouse, and he looked down on Luo Feng casually. However, since things had come to this, he naturally didn't want to talk nonsense with Luo Feng. Take him down and take him away. Then Gu Chang'e instructed Ancestor Bone, who was behind him. Now that she knew Luo Feng's identity and understood that he was only a figurehead, Gu Chang'e would definitely not let him go. There was no need to drag this matter on. Yes, young master. At this moment, Ancestor Bone, who had been standing silently behind Gu Changa, nodded and walked forward. His eyes were deep and calm. Buzz. However, the people in the hall felt out of breath at this moment. Their faces turned pale, and their spiritual souls trembled. Their spines seemed to be about to bend because of the gray-robed elder in front of them. It seemed that the whole world couldn't bear the aura of the gray-robed elder in front of them and was suppressed. At this moment, they realized that the burly figure who had attacked just now was the weakest among them. The gray-robed elder's cultivation was definitely extremely powerful. This made them even more shocked. What kind of terrifying existence had they come into contact with today? What do you mean? Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. He was still trying to guess Gu Changa's identity. He never expected that Gu Changa would suddenly order people to capture him. Boom! The imprint between his brows appeared once again. Dazzling rays of light interweaved within it. It was as if ancient time and epochs were merging from it, transforming into tiny fragments that blocked the terrifying pressure that was rushing towards him head-on. However, at the next moment, the blood on Luo Feng's face disappeared, and he even looked a little shocked and incredulous. With a wave of Ancestor Bone's sleeve, the terrifying pressure seemed to disappear into thin air and dissipated easily. There was even an indescribable suppression that shrouded the space. All the rules and orders seemed to be stagnant and couldn't be changed in the slightest. Even the epical mark was under terrifying suppression at this moment and quickly dimmed and disappeared. How is this possible? Luo Feng's bones cracked, and blood mist seeped out of his pores. His eyes widened and stared at Ancestor Bone in front of him. He didn't feel wrong. This power was close to the immortal Dao domain. In the current 8 Desolates 10 regions, he was definitely an invincible existence and couldn't find the slightest opponent. How could such an existence appear in a small place like the Crimson South City Luo clan and be so respectful to a young man like Gu Changa? He couldn't figure it out at all and couldn't believe it. His eyes were wide open and filled with horror. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back. Blood seeped out of every pore, and his whole body was dyed red with blood. Such a horrifying and shocking scene made everyone in the hall tremble nonstop. How is this possible? Luo Ying's lips were trembling, and her face was faintly pale. She didn't expect that even Luo Feng couldn't do anything about it. She was slightly relieved just now, thinking that today's matter would probably be resolved by Luo Feng. Then Ancestor Bone took action, a large hand descending from the sky, terrifying to the extreme. It naturally grabbed Luo Feng without any surprise. All the Luo clansmen saw this scene, and their bodies were about to be torn apart by the mighty and terrifying aura. Not to mention stopping it, they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Their divine souls were about to collapse. You're definitely not from this world. Luo Feng was caught in Ancestor Bone's hand. His face was pale, and he kept coughing out blood. His bones cracked, and he was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he finally reacted and stared at Gu Changa. He couldn't help but say coldly, unable to hide the pain in his voice. Other than this, he couldn't think of any other possibility. In the vast 8 Desolation 10 regions, there was definitely no such terrifying young man like Gu Changa. Now that Sky Deer City was destroyed, the army of the Upper Realm marched straight into the 8 Desolation 10 regions. This also explained Gu Changa's origin. When Luo Feng said this, everyone in the hall, including Luo Ying, couldn't help but change their expressions. They were even more frightened than before. In their eyes, the strength of the Upper Realm was not something the 8 Desolation 10 regions could compare to. Moreover, the 8 Desolation 10 regions and the Upper Realm were on opposite sides. If Gu Changa wanted to kill all of them, they couldn't even resist. The entire Crimson South City could be turned into ashes in an instant and turned into a ruined land. Yan Ming's expression also changed slightly. In fact, before this, he had already guessed Gu Changa's origin, but he pretended not to know. Now that Luo Feng said it in front of everyone, it could be said that he directly pushed Gu Changa to the opposite side of everyone. I am indeed from the upper realm. Perhaps you have heard of my name. My surname is Gu. Seeing this, Gu Changa's expression still carried a faint smile. There was not much change, and he didn't care. Surname Gu. Could it be the person who killed the young master of the Cloud Lake region, the leader of the upper realm? You? Why are you here? Hearing this, everyone in the hall felt their heads explode. Many people's pale faces were filled with fear. They couldn't help but tremble in despair. I'm here to look for her, of course. Gu Changa only smiled faintly when she heard this. Then she looked at Luo Ying, who was also pale with interest. Looking for me, Luo Ying had not recovered from the shock just now. At this moment, when she heard Gu Changa's words, she suddenly raised her head, and a terrifying chill swept up from her back. You're a fish that escaped the net more than 20 years ago. If I don't look for you, who should I look for? But I really didn't expect to meet another surprise. Gu Changa shook his head gently with a slight smile on his face. As his words fell, and Ai Shang's figure behind him suddenly disappeared into the void. Immediately after, a terrifying wave spread out, and bursts of puffing sounds were heard one after another in the dark. A bloody mist filled the air, and it was extremely pungent. Many people saw this scene and were so frightened that their eyes rolled back, and they couldn't bear it and fainted. More than 20 years ago! So it's you? Luo Ying's face turned pale in an instant. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if her biggest secret had been revealed to the public. Her face was filled with fear, as well as unconcealable anger and hatred. She should have known that Gu Changa was here for her and knew her identity. Moreover, the people she arranged in the dark were all killed by the cold and beautiful woman in the black dress in an instant. Not a single one was left. Even the old servant at the quasi-supreme state died in an instant, and he didn't even have time to scream. This made Luo Ying feel a little hopeless, and she sat on the ground, paralyzed. Everyone in the entire hall looked as if they were facing the end of the world, and they were in extreme despair. The Luo clan didn't expect that Luo Ying had hidden another identity, and that she had hidden it from everyone for so many years. More than 20 years. Could it be that matter? Only Yan Ming knew a lot, and he immediately thought of a major event that shook the 8 Wastelands' 10 regions more than 20 years ago. His body trembled slightly. He didn't expect that the Guardian bloodline's near destruction had a lot to do with Gu Changa. Luo Ying had hidden such an identity. Chapter 513. More than 20 years ago, the Guardians of the 8 Desolation 10 regions were attacked by an unknown force and were almost destroyed overnight. Even now, the flames were still burning there and could not be extinguished. This incident shook the entire 8 Desolation 10 regions at that time. Many clans went to investigate the cause, but in the end, they could not find anything. This matter also became an unsolved case with no clues. No one knew if there were still any members of the Guardian bloodline in the human world. It was not until today when Gu Changa mentioned this matter that Yan Ming reacted and could not help but shiver. His scalp was numb as he thought of Ancestor Bone's respectful attitude towards Gu Changa. Could it be that it was the Bone clan who attacked the Guardians more than 20 years ago? He did not dare to think about it. Although the Bone clan did not have many clansmen, they could monopolize a large region, which showed how powerful they were. A small red South city could be easily destroyed by the Bone clan if they sent out a single expert. It seems that she is the only one left of the Guardians. Gu Changa shook his head gently. A vast and majestic divine sense swept out from his knowledge, see, and instantly enveloped the entire red South city. He did not want to alert the enemy before because he was afraid that there were clansmen of the Guardians hiding in the dark and taking the opportunity to escape. Now that Luo Ying's identity was exposed, if there were other clansmen hiding in the dark, there would be strange movements. At that time, Gu Changa would naturally be able to sense it. At this moment, all the creatures in Red South City felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their souls, as if they were being spied on by the heavens, and all secrets could not be hidden. Fortunately, this aura only passed by for a moment and disappeared, but it still made them tremble, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. "Let's go." Gu Changa withdrew his divine sense and did not sense the slightest abnormality. "Yes, young master," Ancestor Bone said respectfully. Then, under the extremely horrified gazes of everyone in the hall, Ancestor Bone directly stretched out his hand, and with a terrifying power, he grabbed Luo Ying and Luo Feng and took her away. Even if Luo Ying wanted to struggle with her strength in front of Ancestor Bone, she was not much different from an ant. Everyone was already terrified to the point that their souls were about to collapse, so how could they dare to stop him? They could only watch as a golden mist soared up from beneath the feet of Gu Changa and the others, transforming into a grand Tao that directly tore apart the space here and left in an instant. However, that terrifying atmosphere still shrouded everyone's heads. No one dared to raise their heads to look at the sky. The faces of the Luo clan members turned pale, and many of them collapsed to the ground. Who would have thought that a wedding banquet would turn out like this? If anyone dares to say anything about what happened today, don't blame the Yen clan for being merciless. At this moment, Yan Ming was also covered in cold sweat. After Gu Changa and the rest left, he coldly swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Fortunately, he was the only one who knew the identities of Ancestor Bone and the others. Otherwise, he was really worried that Gu Changa would blame him for exposing the identities of Ancestor Bone and the others. No, I don't dare." Hearing this, everyone in the hall hurriedly shook their heads. No one dared to say a word. Yan Ming's eyes were gloomy. Most importantly, he swept his gaze over the Luo clan members. He guessed that Gu Changa did not destroy the Luo clan because he felt that there was no need to trample a bunch of ants to death. However, he did not dare to act rashly, as he was worried that Gu Changa had other intentions. Of course, as Yan Ming had guessed, Gu Changa did not destroy the Luo clan because he had other motives. This was because Gu Changa was not sure if there were any members of the Guardian bloodline left in this world. If the Luo clan members were left alive, the other members of the Guardian bloodline could also find out that Luo Ying was in his hands through the Luo clan members. Another reason was that the other member of Luo Ying's clan, the son of Destiny, Xiaoyang, was still on the road with Gu Wudi to find the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master would definitely bring Xiaoyang along to find his clan members. This way, this surviving member of the 9 mountains would have another reason to walk into the trap. The second Mountain Master of the 9 mountains was in Gu Changa's hands, and now Xiaoyang's clan members were also in his hands. If Xiaoyang wanted to save them, he would definitely gather all the people he could to ask for help. This way, Gu Changa could use this as bait to capture all the people from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions in one fell swoop. Not long after Gu Changa, Ancestor Bone, and the others left Red South City, suddenly there were waves of spatial fluctuations in the sky. Then it became blurry. The Mountain Master, Xiaoyang, and Gu Wudi walked out of the void. It seems that we are one step too late. The Mountain Master's white robes fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal, but his eye sockets were pitch black. He glanced at the Red South City below, then shook his head gently. Although he was blind, his dermic powers were overwhelming. Naturally, he could easily sense the remnant aura of this place. Along the way, he used Xiaoyang's own blood essence to deduce and found his clan members. He did not stop during this period because he was worried that something unexpected would happen. However, he did not expect that he would still be too late. Too late! Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly. There was a buzzing sound in his head. He could not believe it. After they found the Mountain Master, they rushed all the way here. How could they be too late? He had been looking for his clan members. How could he miss them just like that? Could it be that my clan members have met with misfortune? He felt uneasy and clenched his fists. The mountain master shook his head gently. Then his vast divine sense shrouded the area. At his level, it was easy for him to detect the strange expressions of living beings in an area. Therefore, it did not take long for the three of them to find the Luo clan. Here, the mountain master could feel the aura of the heavens and earth being suppressed. It was obvious that the other party had just left. The other party's strength is very strong. He is not far from that realm. The mountain master shook his head. From the remnant aura, he could feel a boundless will. What happened? Xiao Yang's face was pale. Then he quickly found out the ins and outs of the matter from a Luo clan member. After hearing it, he stood rooted to the ground. Gu Chang'e. It's Gu Chang'e again. The person he captured is most likely my sister. I hate him. Hatred appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes. His body trembled as he recalled the scene of his senior sister being killed by Gu Chang'e in the Nine Mountains. He did not expect that Gu Chang'e would find this place before them and capture his sister. Those people who annihilated our bloodline have also shown themselves. It is indeed related to Gu Chang'e. When he heard the Luo clan member mention the cold lady in the black dress and the old man in the gray robe, Xiao Yang's face darkened. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. That mark. I did not expect that old friend of mine to miscalculate. What kind of person is this Gu Chang'e? The mountain master did not care much about Xiao Yang's hatred. However, when he heard about Luo Feng's matter, he furrowed his brows. His heart was slightly shaken. It was beyond his expectations. When they participated in the war of plundering the heavens, the Wind Ancestor was the strongest among them. He had suffered the most backlash and had almost died. However, he knew that the Wind Ancestor had used the Era tree to cultivate and condense the Era mark. Therefore, the Wind Ancestor had most likely reincarnated using a secret method. The young master of the Luo clan, Luo Feng, was the reincarnation of the Wind Ancestor. He had originally planned to meet his old friend and discuss the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. However, he did not expect the Wind Ancestor to be captured. This matter immediately made him feel that it was a thorny problem. It seemed that Gu Chang'e already knew the identity of the Wind Ancestor. Otherwise, he would not have captured him. Mountain Master, what should we do now? Xiao Yang calmed down and could not help but ask. He did not know about Luo Feng. What he was most worried about was his sister's safety. With Gu Chang'e's ruthlessness, his sister was definitely in a dangerous situation. It seems that we can only look for the 4 clans. They were the Wind Ancestors' capable subordinates. Only by gathering the power of the 4 clans can we fight. The great mountain lord sighed when he heard that. He didn't want to get involved either. However, he had been trying to reach that threshold all these years, but he had not been able to do anything. The current world could not withstand the power of the immortal realm. Even when he was at his peak, his cultivation had surpassed the immortal realm. However, it was useless now. The only way now was to rely on the Wind Ancestor. After all, the Wind Ancestor was the one who had stolen the luck and merged it into the Era tree. Therefore, he had to care about this and think of a way to save the Wind Ancestor. Otherwise, he would be trapped in this realm for the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to improve and return to his peak. The 4 clans? Mountain Master, are you talking about the 4 war god clans? Xiao Yang was stunned and asked without hesitation. If he remembered correctly, before the army of the upper world had attacked Skydeer City, the Tao enlightened cultivators of the 4 clans had surrendered in front of the countless armies of the 2 worlds. Such an extraordinary humiliation made him feel like he had lost all face, and he looked down on the 4 great clans. Therefore, his tone was slightly unfriendly. The Mountain Master said lightly, "Other than the 4 clans, can you find anyone else in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions who is willing to help you?" He knew that Xiao Yang was not ashamed of the 4 clans, but in the face of life and death, dignity was nothing. However, will the 4 clans be willing to help us? Xiao Yang could hear the slight mockery in the Mountain Master's words. He was a little unhappy, but he did not show it on his face. "They will help," the mountain master said lightly. Then he rolled up his sleeves, and the space blurred again. He turned into a divine rainbow and left Crimson South City with Xiaoyang and Guwudi. As for the Luo clan's pleas, they were not worth mentioning. Since the Wind Ancestor dared to hand the Era Tree to the 4 clans, he definitely had a backup plan. The Mountain Master was very sure about this. Back then he, the Wind Ancestor, the Guardian's ancestors, and the founder of Sky Deer City were very close and understood each other very well. The ancestors of the 4 clans must have sworn a blood oath to serve the Wind Ancestor for generations. They would not dare to ignore the Wind Ancestor's matters. Chapter 514. During this period of time, the 8 Desolation 10 regions were in a state of war. Armies from the Upper Realm swept across the lands, and several of the 8 regions had already fallen. In the opinion of many cultivators and living beings, the 8 Desolation 10 regions would become the Upper Realm's territory in less than half a year, occupied by many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Armies from the Upper Realm could be seen crossing the boundary Monument Sea, Sky Deer City, and invading the 8 Desolation 10 regions almost every day. This caused many people to fall into despair. Some ancient clans had already anticipated this and tried to migrate to the lower realm. However, the upper realm had already anticipated their actions and had ways to track them down. Therefore, without exception, clans like these all died tragically during the migration. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying sound rang out in the depths of the universe. Ancient warships covered in immortal chi and chaotic fog broke through the sky, surrounded by a dense and majestic aura, and descended. The armored riders from the Longevity Gu family swept through the sky like a torrential flood, causing their surroundings to quake. Even the void trembled, and all the laws of order were breaking apart. Based on Lin Wu's aura, the Dragon Blood Battle God clan is now in this area. They've hidden themselves quite well. On the ancient warship, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back. His white robe was whiter than snow, and there was not a speck of dust on it. He looked up at the depths of the universe. After arriving here, the 8 Desolation 10 regions, precepts of heaven and earth were obviously much thinner and no longer suppressed everyone. He knew that this was because this place was relatively barren. Because it was located at the edge of the universe, it must have experienced an unimaginable war, causing the laws and order here to be broken. As a result, this was the reason why this place was so desolate. He was a little surprised that the Dragon Blood Battle God clan would migrate to this place, but it made sense if he thought about it carefully. The Dragon Blood Battle God clan was obviously smarter than the other clans. If they migrated directly to the lower realm, they might be intercepted by the upper realm's army before they arrived. Therefore, they did the opposite and chose to hide in the most deserted place in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. If it weren't for Lin Wu, it would have taken Gu Changa some time to find the hiding place of their clan. To think that the Dragon Blood Battle God clan would be hiding in this place. I really didn't expect that. Ancestor Bone stood respectfully behind Gu Changa like an old servant in a gray robe. Hearing Gu Changa's words, which sounded like he was talking to himself, he sighed emotionally. This is the so-called situation is stronger than people. Now, other than being a rat crossing the street and hiding everywhere, what else can they do? Gu Changa smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "The 4 War God clan? That's just a joke." And Ai Shang was also standing behind him. When she heard this, her eyes flickered. She wore a long black dress, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. She was cold and beautiful, and her entire person gave off a cold and distant feeling like an iceberg, visible but unapproachable. In terms of cultivation, there weren't many people in the 8 Desolates and 10 regions who were stronger than her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take on the responsibility of attacking the Guardians. She hadn't known Gu Changa for a long time, but she could feel the terrifying control he exuded. It was as if everything in the world was within his expectations. It was hard to see any shock on his face. If that's the case, how can the 8 desolates and 10 regions stop him? She thought to herself. She could understand why the Empyrean dear mystic fairy chose to surrender. Even Ancestor Bone didn't know that Anaishang and the Empyrean dear mystic fairy were quite close. There's no hope for survival in the 8 desolates and 10 regions now, Guchanga said. His eyes gradually darkened. He had spent so much effort, similar to the other orthodoxies, for the so-called immortal Dao territory. After leaving Crimson South City, he returned to where the Gu clan's army was stationed. He passed down the order to mobilize people and prepare to destroy the 4 war god clans. There was still no news about the other 3 clans, but as long as they got rid of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan, everything would be simple. As for Luo Feng and Luo Ying, Gu Changa locked them in the ice prison and ordered people to watch over them closely. Before that, the 2 of them couldn't die. Moreover, during this process, he had interrogated Luo Feng about many secrets regarding the split between the 8 desolates and the upper realm. He had expected the epic tree to wither and die of old age. However, Gu Changa really didn't expect Luo Feng to choose to steal the upper realm's fate to revive the epic tree. He was a ruthless person with big ambitions, but he lacked the ability. In the end, he suffered a backlash in the battle to steal the heavenly axiom's power and died. Of course, this was also thanks to the broken heavenly axiom. If the heavenly axiom was complete, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to do all this. The epic tree should be planted in the land of rebirth in the depths of Sky Deer City. However, before the upper realm attacked Sky Deer City, it had been moved away by a powerful method. Gu Changa wasn't sure which clan did it, but he guessed that it had something to do with the 4 war god clans. As long as he destroyed the 4 war god clans, the epic tree would definitely fall into his hands. Rumble. And just as this terrifying army was crushing forward, several tens of millions of miles away, in an extremely desolate starfield, only a few stars seemed to be verdant and had traces of life. The rest of the stars were quite desolate, and there were few traces of life. However, now, resplendent gates of light appeared and massive cargo ships rushed out, as well as a large number of knights. They carried a lot of goods and headed to various planets. It seemed that they were transporting these things, and it was quite a bustling scene. On the largest star in the middle, there were already a large number of palaces and pavilions rising from the ground. A divine island floated in the air, and a silver waterfall fell down. There was dense celestial fog. For cultivators, building buildings was extremely fast, but the troublesome part was carving many formation patterns. However, in just a few days, the scale was beginning to take shape. Rows upon rows of mansions and cave abodes were everywhere, and it seemed like it was going to become a new habitat. This was the place where the Dragon Blood clan, who had rushed over after moving out of their clan's land, lived. Now it seemed that a thriving scene was around this starry sky. There were also many powerful formation masters with dignified expressions, and their foreheads were full of sweat. They were very busy carving all kinds of mysterious runes, imprinting them in every void. At the latest, our clan's new land will be completed in half a month. When the formation patterns are completed, it will definitely be no problem to protect us from being discovered for 1,000,000 years. Just hold on for another half a month, and this disaster will be over. A few elders of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan appeared in the sky, paying close attention to the situation around them. There was a faint smile on their faces, and they were somewhat relieved and emotional. Now, although the 8 desolates and 10 regions were invaded by the flames of war, they escaped early. After realizing that something was wrong, they moved out of their clan's land and found their way here. This made them feel very lucky. If they were a little later, they might be completely wiped out by the upper world army, like the other forces. The rules here were very broken, and it was extremely desolate. It was also close to the wasteland of the universe, and there were almost no planets with life. Therefore, it was unlikely that the upper world would find them. Instead, they would think that their clan had escaped to some lower realm. This way, their clan would have another few million years to cultivate. As for whether the rules of heaven and earth here were suitable for cultivation, that was not a problem. This was because a few days ago, their clan's ancestor had returned and brought back an indescribable treasure. With that treasure, they would not have to worry about cultivation here. However, this matter was only known to the higher-ups of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan. After all, it involved their ancestor. One must know that their ancestor was an existence that had existed for a very long time, and it could even be traced back to the birth of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Although our ancestor has returned, he is still no match for the upper world. Unless our ancestor can touch that realm, then our clan will have a chance to counterattack the upper world and dominate it. Thinking of this, the elders were excited. They thought of the distant future where they would dominate the upper world with such ambition. How could they not have a chance? Brother Linwu, do you think we can only stay here in the future and not leave even half a step? And now, in the depths of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan's new territory, on a mountain peak, a few young men and women were gathered together. They had gloomy expressions on their faces as they drank wine. It was a joyless atmosphere. The one who spoke was an alluring young lady. The man opposite her was Lin Wu. However, Lin Wu's face was also gloomy as he drank by himself. This was the 5th day since he followed Gu Changa's instructions and returned to the clan's land. It was not much different from Gu Changa's guess. He returned to the original clan's land without any danger. The clan members who were waiting there told him through a secret method and found him here. However, the higher-ups of their clan had decided to seal the mountain and hide here. They no longer cared about the 8 desolates and 10 regions. If Lin Wu came back later, it would be difficult for him to return to the clan's land in this lifetime. He would be expelled. The Lin clan did not care about his life. This made Lin Wu feel melancholy. He realized that since the invasion of the upper world, the 8 desolates and 10 regions had changed greatly. Many of the clan members were also poles apart from the image he was familiar with. They had become selfish and self-centered. This made him very disappointed. Indeed, in the face of life and death, any kind of pretense could be torn apart. Actually, it's quite good that we can't leave. At least we're safe. We don't have to be like the other clans and be destroyed by the upper world army. Then Lin Wu looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile. His expression was calm, as if he had seen through many things. There were even some vicissitudes that did not match his age. He had other things he did not say, but there was no need to say them. Lin Wu knew that perhaps it would not be long before the Lin clan's new land was found by Gu Changa. The current peace was only temporary. When that time came, Gu Changa would lead an army to attack. Would the Lin clan be able to resist? Even Sky Deer City could not stop Gu Changa. The Lin clan would not be able to resist at all. He promised me that as long as this matter is completed, he will let me and Lulua go. My mission will also be completed. Lin Wu could not help but clench his fist. This was the belief that he had always convinced himself to persevere. How could this rotten 8 desolates, 10 regions, and the rotten Lin clan be worth his life to protect? Just as the people of the Lin clan were inscribing various powerful formations, suddenly in the distant starry sky, there was a rumbling sound, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping towards them. A terrifying, murderous aura rushed over like a vast mountain torrent. It wanted to shatter heaven and earth and break through the universe. The entire world was trembling, and the stars that had already withered began to tremble, as if they were about to fall to the ground. This sudden scene stunned the people of the Lin clan. When they came to their senses, they could not help but tremble. Everyone's face was a little pale. Streaks of divine rainbows shot into the sky. There was the sound of horns and giant bells that swept across the starry sky. All the people of the Lin clan put down the things in their hands and rushed out. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The expressions of the many elders of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan changed drastically. They could not help but shout out loud. At the same time, they took out their artifacts and were extremely wary and vigilant. At this time, no one would come here except for the army of the upper world. They couldn't figure out who had exposed the new clan land of the Lin clan and brought disaster upon them. It's him. It's definitely Gu Changa. He's here to kill us. Lin Wu naturally also noticed this fluctuation. His body trembled slightly, as if he was inexplicably excited but also frightened. This was an extremely complicated emotion that made him feel extremely conflicted. The expressions of the other young men and women beside him also changed drastically. Some of them could not suppress their fear. What's going on? Who exposed the location of our clan? In the deepest part of the Lin clan, there was a very tall palace that was shrouded in a vast, chaotic fog. Suddenly, a surging aura appeared. Boom! At this moment, several figures walked out. All of them were extremely ancient. Their faces were full of vicissitudes, and their auras were very terrifying. Without a doubt, they were all the ancestors of the Lin clan. Each of their cultivation base was that of an enlightened one. This sudden appearance of the army made them frown. They felt that something was wrong. They had just escaped to this place not long ago. How did the upper world find them? Could it be that there was a traitor in the Lin clan who secretly sided with the upper world? However, now was not the time to think about this. If it's an ordinary army of the upper world, then it's fine. Let's get rid of them first, then clean up the clan. I'd like to see who dares to betray our clan. Their expressions were extremely unpleasant. Then they stepped out of this place and came to the starry sky, looking at the terrifying army in the distance. At an ancient altar in the deepest part of the Lin clan, there was an inexplicable rule permeating this place, as if it was an independent inner world. There were black rivers converging here, like the underworld, forming a dead ocean. It was extremely calm, but it was also frighteningly dark. Many Een spirits could even be seen wandering around the black rivers. They fell from a distant latitude and finally turned into light, dust, walking into the ocean. The ocean was huge, and one could not see the end of it. It was filled with an extremely mysterious and profound aura. At a glance, one could see an ancient tree rooted in the ocean. Its branches and leaves were withered, and there were strands of light entwined around it. A young-looking man with an incomparably ancient aura was facing the figure sitting cross-legged with closed eyes on the altar. He asked, "Father, the army of the upper world is coming. Will it affect your plan?" This young-looking man was Lin Qinglong. He was the one who appeared in the depths of Sky Deer City and gave the order to evacuate and abandon the city. Hearing this, the ancient figure sitting cross-legged on the altar opened his eyes. A vast and surging aura seemed to fill this place. "The epic fruit is almost ripe. No matter what, delay them first," he said lightly. "Yes, father." Lin Qinglong nodded. Then he stepped out and left this place, appearing in the sky outside. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Although he had not touched the threshold of the immortal path, he was at the top level among the enlightened ones. Rumble. Suddenly, in the depths of this universe, in the boundless wasteland, large planets surrounded by chaotic aura suddenly collapsed. The giant planets orbiting around them also shattered with a loud bang. Woo! The ancient sound of a bugle horn spread out slowly. Buzz! The void trembled, and the immortal fog broke apart. Ancient battleships appeared with a rumble. They tore through the sky, and a majestic aura pressed down. The planets along the way all cracked, and the world trembled as if it was about to be destroyed. Following closely behind was an even more terrifying army that shuttled through the universe like a flood. Gu Changa stood on the ancient battleship, looking extraordinary. He looked at the star domain in front of him and shook his head lightly. Then he ordered lightly, "Kill." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a soaring aura suddenly rushed out from between heaven and earth. "Kill." the Longevity Gu family's army charged forward. Their vast might was still shaking the boundless territory. The armored cavalry rolled over and charged into the star domain in front of them. For a moment, earth-shattering roars and sounds of killing burst out. Endless killing intent swept over, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. At the same time, figures stepped out from the ancient battleships. Some supreme experts appeared and attacked. With a raise of their palms, terrifying palm prints swept across the sky. Boom! The terrifying power of the rules was like billions of strands of divine light. Chaotic aura rose and spread in all directions. Near the wasteland of the universe, the small worlds and large worlds that were affected were immersed in the rules and instantly collapsed. Countless living beings died before they could even react. In the current era, the will of those who had achieved the Tao could easily destroy everything. Even if the universe withered and the world declined, they would not be destroyed. They were so powerful that they were almost immortal. But now, a terrifying flood of light rushed out from this place. Some who had achieved the Tao roared. Their avatars exceeded 10 million feet, and their large hands crossed 10 million miles. They instantly engaged in battle. That's Gu Changa. He's coming. Many people from the Lin clan were trembling, their faces pale. They recognized Gu Changa in front of them. To them, that was a terrifying shadow that could never be erased. Suddenly, everyone was terrified, especially when they saw the mighty army charging over. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled. The Gu family's armored cavalry rushed out like a tide. The weakest among them were saints who had experienced countless life and death battles. They descended beside the ancient battleships, holding ancient divine weapons. They were shrouded in divine light and overflowing with killing intent. It was as if they had returned from the Azura hell. They were bathed in blood and filled with murderous intent. Every mount was a pure-blooded creature. They were powerful and had been nurtured by the Gu family since they were young. Their armor was engraved with powerful runes, and they were boundlessly powerful. Such an army had crossed the Boundary Monument Sea and attacked Sky Deer City. Along the way, they had killed countless living beings. This was a one-sided slaughter without any suspense. Chapter 5:15. Kill! The great battle broke out in an instant. The terrifying army crushed toward the star region below like an invincible torrent. The people of the Lin clan, who had soared into the sky, were almost destroyed. Without any resistance, they were drowned in an instant. There was a strong smell of blood. All kinds of brilliant lights exploded, and bones fell from the sky. The scene was terrifying. Kill! Let's fight them. Fight! Many people of the Lin clan knew that they would die today. In desperation, they shouted angrily. Their bodies glowed, and they rushed up. This was an extremely tragic war. Many people thought that by moving their entire clan to this place, they would be able to avoid this disaster. But who would have thought that Gu Changa would lead the army here again? He was not giving them any chance to live. Boom! At this moment, the most dazzling brilliance burst out, as if to illuminate the universe. The formation patterns here were just engraved not long ago, and some places were not even stable. But now, they all appeared in the void, turned into beams of light, and rushed toward the army in the sky. Young master, do you need us to do something? Looking at this scene, Gu Changa's eyes were still calm and deep, without much fluctuation. Ancestor Bone and the others behind him asked respectfully. This time, the Bone clan sent many powerful cultivators, including several who had achieved the Tao. This was a huge force that could not be underestimated. Not yet. There is another force hidden in the depths of the Lin clan. Wait for him to appear, then you all can do something. Gu Changa shook his head and said lightly. He saw very clearly that the rules of heaven and earth in the depths of the Lin clan were changing slightly, giving birth to a new kind of mysterious fluctuation. There were only two possibilities. One was that someone was transforming there, and the other was that the rules of heaven and earth were being suppressed. But no matter which, it was difficult to hide the fact that there was a powerful cultivator hidden there. Yes, but I heard that the ancestor of the Lin clan has not fallen yet. I don't know if it is him. Ancestor Bone nodded. There were flames jumping in his deep eye sockets, looking quite scary. Oh, isn't that the dragon blood war god himself? Gu Changa smiled faintly. It was best that he didn't die. What he lacked the most now was this kind of resource. Wong, Wong, Wong. Then Gu Changa ordered the people behind him to activate the runes on the ancient warship. Mysterious and ancient runes appeared in the void. The ancient warships were trembling one after another. The ancient divine formations lit up with resplendent brilliance, interweaving with billions of rays of brilliance. It was as if the star map was branded, turning into a peerless sword of light. Its killing intent overflowed into the heavens and swept out in all directions, splitting open the heavens and earth as it blasted towards the majestic star in front of it. This streak of light contained the most powerful attack of the ancient warships, many symbols. Even if a supreme being approached it, they would be crushed, body and soul erased. Any cultivator's expression would change. Chaotic energy surged up ahead, heaven and earth separated, as if everything was going to break apart. Boom! Boom! He sensed the terrifying aura pressing down from the sky. In the boundless continent, a shocking aura suddenly rushed up. In the other direction, the expressions of the supreme masters of the Lin clan, who were fighting with the Gu clan's Dao masters, changed drastically. You've gone too far. Today, I'll destroy all of you here. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a cold snort, Lin Qinglong's figure appeared in the depths of the Lin clan's land. He didn't look very tall, but there was a terrifying aura flowing around him, which could be said to be breathtaking. With just a flick of his finger, he blocked the terrifying attack from the ancient warship. His cultivation was unfathomable. There were two people behind him. These two people's cultivation were both in the martial emperor realm. They were the foundation of the Lin clan over countless years. How did you find this place? The moment Lin Qinglong appeared, he stared at Gu Changa on the ancient warship and asked with a cold gaze. He naturally knew that the culprit of all this was the young man in front of him. In the eyes of many cultivators in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Gu Changa was far more hateful than the rest of the people in the upper realm. You'll have to ask your clansman, Lin Wu. Gu Changa stood on the ancient warship with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He glanced at Lin Qinglong without surprise, then at the star behind him and said with a faint smile. At this moment, Lin Wu was no longer of any use, so he naturally threw him out without hesitation. It was time for this so-called son of fortune to enjoy the feeling of being betrayed by his own kin. However, the disaster that the Lin clan was facing was personally caused by Lin Wu. He had personally helped the Lin clan to find the traitor. What? Impossible! Hearing Gu Changa's words, many of the Lin clan's clansmen trembled, especially the younger generation. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe it. How could Lin Wu be the one who caused the disaster and exposed the location of the Lin clan's new land? Gu Changa, Lin Wu didn't expect Gu Changa to burn the bridge after crossing the river and bought him without hesitation. This caused his expression to change tremendously. He was infuriated, but when he noticed the expressions of the people around him, his face turned pale. How could it be true? Lin Wu is the brightest talent in our clan. How could it be? This must be fake. Some people couldn't believe it. Their minds buzzed, and they were even more shocked than when Gu Changa arrived. Nothing is impossible in this world. After all, I gave him a chance to live and a new identity in the upper realm. Gu Changa had a mocking smile on his face. Gu Changa, you are despicable. You don't keep your words. Lin Wu finally understood Gu Changa's evil intentions. His face was extremely pale, and he couldn't help but curse out loud. His eyes were bloodshot. He knew that from today onwards, there would be no place for him in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Even if the Lin clan was not destroyed, they would not tolerate him. Damn it! Lin Qinglong naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Changa's words. It seemed that there really was a traitor in their clan, and it was the brightest talent of this generation. Of course, this was in line with his guess. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Gu Changa could find them so quickly and send an army to attack the new clan land of the Lin clan. Boom! At this moment, Lin Qinglong's expression suddenly changed. He felt a majestic and heavy sword qi sweeping over. A wisp of sword will cut down many stars in the sky. It was a beautiful figure in a black dress. She was cold and threatening but very powerful. She stepped out from behind Gu Changa. A white long sword that looked like it was forged from bones appeared in her slender hand. It surged with endless divine qi and sword will. Although her aura was much weaker than his, it was still shocking enough to intimidate the 8 desolates. "It's you, an Aishang of the Bone Clan. Your clan has betrayed the 8 desolates and 10 regions." After Lin Qinglong blocked the attack, he recognized an Aishang. His expression turned ugly. He did not expect that even the Bone Clan would participate in this war. Moreover, they had secretly surrendered to Gu Changa. Could it be that the Bone Clan was a hidden chess piece that the Gu clan had planted in the 8 desolates and 10 regions? "My clan came from the upper world. What betrayal is there?" And Aishang looked at him indifferently. The white long sword in her hand slashed out. The vast and terrifying sword qi was like a surging ocean that was about to drown Lin Qinglong. She was very straightforward and did not say much. She chose to attack directly. "Your clan was indeed planted here by the upper world." Hearing this, Lin Qinglong was shocked and furious. Although he was the son of the Lin clan's ancestor and had great strength, it was difficult for him to take an Aishang down quickly. In terms of cultivation level, an Aishang was not as good as him, but her methods were extremely powerful. The two of them quickly exchanged blows. The vast emperor's aura filled the universe. Sword qi swept across, wanting to split the heavens and earth. Other martial emperors from the Bone Clan also appeared and fought with the Lin clan. A great battle broke out. She begged for fresh flowers. In an instant, the emperor's aura was vast and mighty. Endless light burst out like billions of stars exploding. It was more like the opening of the universe. Endless chaotic pressure fell. The stars that appeared in this area were destroyed. Cracking sounds kept coming out. They could not resist for an instant and turned into ashes. "Do you have to fight to the death? Then let's see how many people from the Gu clan are enough for me to kill today." Lin Qinglong's strength was very terrifying. As he fought with an Aishang, he said coldly. When he raised his hand, divine light dazzled and fog surged. He was using this as a threat. However, Gu Changa obviously had no intention of paying attention to him. Although an Aishang is not this person's opponent, she will not be defeated quickly. Ancestor Bone's eyes flashed slightly. He did not choose to attack. If the Lin clan only had this much foundation, he was afraid that he would not need to attack and would be completely destroyed by Gu Changa. It's fine. The real big fish is not this person. Gu Changa's expression was still indifferent. He did not attack because there was no need. Moreover, his target was not Lin Qinglong. "How dare you block my Gu clan with a mere broken formation? You are courting death. Today, no one can escape from this place." On the other side, the curtains of the great battle had also come to an end, accompanied by a cold voice. The martial emperors of the Lin clan, who were fighting with the Gu clan, all coughed up blood. They were no match for the Gu clan in terms of numbers and strength. They were all severely injured. They coughed up blood and were covered in wounds. They were dripping with blood and did not look like humans anymore. "We are willing to surrender." Seeing that the Gu clan's martial emperors were about to attack, they could not help but change their expressions and hurriedly shouted. They did not want to lose their lives here. "If you want to live, you can surrender and seal your own cultivation. Seeing this, the Gu clan's martial emperors spoke coldly. Hearing this, they did not hesitate and sealed their own cultivation. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would bring disaster to their lives. This scene made many of the Lin clan members who were fighting with the Gu clan's army terrified and desperate. How cowardly of them! Lin Wu looked at the group of ancient beings who had chosen to surrender and clenched his fists. At this moment, he did not regret bringing disaster to the Gu clan at all. His only thought now was to survive, then work hard to become stronger and seek revenge on Gu Changa. It seemed that he could no longer care about Lulua's life now. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses piled up like mountains. There were no surprises in this one-sided slaughter. It only lasted for a day and a night. No matter how the dragon blood battle God clan resisted, there was no hope. Other than Lin Qinglong, the martial emperors who did not choose to surrender were also crushed in the end. Their true spirits were destroyed, and their primordial spirits were shattered. With a whoosh, they disappeared into thin air. D****it. Changshingu clan, we will never let this matter rest. All the Lin clan members who had died tragically were roaring, wailing, begging for mercy and despair. They turned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. This place was a sea of blood, and mountains of corpses were piled up. Countless corpses covered the starry sky. The smell of blood was thick, and when the astral winds blew, it swept to the other galaxies. It was a tragic scene. Lin Qinglong looked at this scene, and his eyes turned red. He was so angry that he could not help but roar at the sky. Although he was strong, in the end he could not hold on anymore. He had too many opponents. Other than Anai Shang, there were other martial emperors who had made their moves. As long as father is still here, the Lin clan will not be destroyed. The deaths of our clan members are all worth it. However, he was still trying to stall for time. However, Gu Changa obviously would not let Lin Qinglong give him this chance. In this battle, he did not make a move. He was just waiting for the Lin clan ancestor to appear. But now the battle was almost over. Almost all the Lin clan members were dead. The ancestor of the Lin family still hadn't shown himself. Gu Changa was surprised that he was so patient. Fan. Chapter 516. You're still not going to ask your ancestors to show themselves. Gu Changa shook his head. His words seemed to be regretful. He didn't really understand Lin Qinglong's behavior. He would rather sacrifice his entire clan than ask his ancestors for help. Of course, there was another possibility. This was an order from their ancestors. Even if they had to die, they had to stall for time. But no matter which possibility it was, choosing to fight to the death now was not a wise choice at all. As long as my father doesn't die, the Lin clan will not be destroyed. Everything you've done is in vain. In the sky, Lin Qinglong roared. His face was ferocious, and his body was covered in blood. His injuries were terrifying, and he kept coughing up blood. There was a terrifying sword wound that almost cut his entire body in half. Opposite him, Anai Shang's figure floated. A sword appeared in her hand. Sword light bloomed like dazzling and translucent petals, containing unparalleled murderous intent. But even so, he was still stubbornly resisting. He kept activating his spiritual energy and burning his life source to fight against the many powerhouses. One had to admit that as an accomplished cultivator, the strength he displayed had already surpassed many of his peers. He couldn't be underestimated. But today, the accomplished cultivators before him were all extremely terrifying. When they attacked together, the world was filled with boundless and powerful precepts. They were like divine light that could wash away everything. Under such circumstances, Lin Qinglong still persisted for so long. It was enough to show how strong he was. However, no matter how strong he was, there would be a moment when he would be exhausted. Boom! In the next moment, precepts swept over like waves from all directions. Many powerhouses attacked and unleashed their strongest attacks. They turned into heavenly blades, spears, divine swords. They all crushed onto Lin Qinglong's body. Boundless light soared into the sky. The universe in this place exploded in an instant, becoming incomparably tattered. Primal chaos rushed out, drowning the surrounding starfields. His weapon immediately exploded, turning into dazzling fragments that filled the sky, falling out of this universe. Then his entire body was hit by this terrifying power. His body was directly torn into pieces. White bone fragments spread out and then gradually returned to silence. Ancestor Qinglong has died. How is that possible? Ancestor Qinglong is the second strongest cultivator after the ancestor. Many of the Lin clan clansmen who were still resisting couldn't help but tremble, their faces full of fear. When they saw this scene, they finally fell into despair. In their eyes, Lin Qinglong was comparable to the ancestors of the Lin family. He was the most valued son of the ancestors. He was also the second master of the Lin clan. Now that even Lin Qinglong was dead, did they still have any hope? Why hasn't the ancestor appeared yet? Did he abandon us? Impossible. How could our ancestor abandon us? But why would he watch us get slaughtered and not show himself? Many Lin clan clansmen were howling in grief. They couldn't help but kneel down towards the depths of the clan, praying towards that direction, wishing for their ancestors to appear. However, in the face of their prayers, the clan's depths were already deathly still, not the slightest bit of fluctuation. This scene made them feel even more despair. Their faces were ashen. It seems that your lives and deaths are not worth mentioning to your ancestors. As long as he is alive, the Lin clan will not be destroyed. It's just a pity that all of you are buying time for him. Gu Changa's figure descended from the sky. He gently shook his head and seemed to be somewhat regretful. Behind him, Ancestor Bone and Aishang and the others followed. A terrifying pressure swept in all directions, causing the rest of the Lin clan clansmen to kneel down and prostrate on the ground. Their skins seemed to be cracking, unable to withstand this aura at all. From the beginning to the end, there was no suspense in this battle. Whether it was the strength of the peak masters or the size of the army, it was far from comparable. The entire star region was sunk. Planets with life exploded one after another. The buildings and pavilions in front all collapsed and turned into ruins. As Gu Changa and the others walked past, the surrounding Lin clan clansmen all stared at them with hatred. However, this situation did not last long. Many of the Gu family's armored cavalry rushed over and imprisoned them all. Lin Wu, you're not guarding the clan at this time. Where are you planning to go? At this time, Gu Changa's slightly playful voice sounded. His gaze fell on another collapsed mountain peak. Among them, there was a figure carefully concealing his aura, preparing to leave quietly. Hearing this, Lin Wu's body stiffened. His hands and feet were a little cold. He did not expect Gu Changa to have been paying attention to him. However, since Gu Changa had already discovered his tracks, there was no need for him to hide. He immediately walked out of the mountain peak. His eyes were red as he looked at Gu Changa with an ugly expression. Gu Changa, you despicable, shameless, and untrustworthy villain. You've done so many bad things. You'll suffer retribution sooner or later. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. Previously, when the Gu family's army arrived, he had already planned to escape. However, there were enlightened cultivators fighting in the sky. Just a wisp of aura was enough to destroy everything. He was worried that he would be affected, so he had been carefully hiding. Some angry clansmen of the Lin clan were also looking for him, intending to vent their hatred and anger on him. Now, he could be said to be a rat crossing the street. After being used by Gu Changa, he was no longer of any value. Lin Wu could not wait to smash Gu Changa into pieces and scatter his ashes. I'm tired of listening to these words. Why don't you take this opportunity to say some last words? Maybe I'll be kind and listen to you. Hearing this, Guchanga shook his head gently with a slight smile on his face. Then a crimson light appeared in his palm and condensed into a crimson spear. It suddenly pierced through the void, and a peerless, heavenly sound resounded. With a boom, it pierced through Lin Wu, whose face was pale with fear and despair, and exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Lin Wu's eyes widened, full of despair. He did not expect Guchanga to end his life without giving him a chance to speak. Buzz! At the moment of Lin Wu's death, Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He rolled up his sleeves and kept the heavenly treasure chest that only he could see. This was Lin Wu's last value. As for what was in the heavenly treasure chest, Guchanga was not in a hurry to see. Now, there was another matter waiting for him. At this time, even your son is dead. Are you still hiding it? Seems like you're at a critical time and can't get away. After dealing with Lin Wu, Guchanga looked at the depths of the collapsed ruins thoughtfully. Then he stretched out his palm and a terrifying wave spread out, making one's body feel like exploding. Vaguely, a millstone of destruction surrounded by chaotic chi was about to fall from the sky and suppress that place. When the huge wave landed, all the mountains and earth cracked open. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and a terrifying rift valley appeared, extending dozens of miles. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of light shot up into the sky. In the rift valley, an ancient altar appeared. At the same time, glass-like cracks appeared in all directions and cracked open. One could imagine that when the battle happened here, the ancestors of the Lin clan were hiding in this small world. But now the hidden small world was revealed after Guchanga's palm strike blasted open the array pattern. This aura, is he planning to break through that step by force? Ancestor Bones' eyes narrowed slightly. With his experience, he could naturally see that the figure sitting on the ancient altar was the ancestor of the Lin clan. The other party's strength seemed to be much stronger than his. Seems like I've disturbed him. Guchanga smiled faintly, not surprised. His gaze was mainly on the black ocean in the depths of this small world. There were black rivers converging there, like the yellow springs forming a dead ocean. It was incomparably calm and dark, with strange laws intertwining. It was completely different from the environment outside. One could even see many Een spirits, like the true spirits of cultivators that had not been destroyed, wandering around the black rivers. They fell from a distant latitude and turned into light, dust, walking into the ocean. The ocean was huge, and one could not see the end of it. It gave off an incomparably mysterious and profound aura. Looking at it, one could see an ancient tree rooted in the ocean. Its branches and leaves were withered, and there were strands of light around it. This is the epic tree, so it's about to bear fruit. Guchanga's gaze fell, and he noticed an emerald green fruit hidden among the branches and leaves. It looked very mysterious. There were mysterious ripples spreading out from it. There were also fine time fragments floating around it. He even saw faint traces of the long river of time, as if one could travel through this fruit. At this moment, Guchanga could faintly feel that the mystic mirror and the space-time steel were affected by the fruit, and they were resonating. This is the trace of time and space. He understood. At that moment, the figure that had been sitting cross-legged on the ancient altar the entire time finally opened his eyes. Furthermore, he stood up, and a boundless energy fluctuation surged forth, covering the sky and covering the earth. The ancestor of the Lin clan had appeared as the former Dragon Blood War god. His name suppressed the world, and he had an unimaginably terrifying power in the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Although he looked very old, his body was very strong, and his black hair was sparkling, shrouded in the light of the immortal path. He looked like an invincible immortal path war god, and his palm was surrounded by strands of chaotic lightning. His entire body was like an ancient divine thunder, smashing down in the universe, filled with a terrifying power. He walked step by step from the depths of the Lin clan, and when his gaze swept across the ashes of the clan, he did not show the slightest emotion, as if those who died were not his clansmen. The huge Lin clan was destroyed today, and many who had achieved Dao were killed. As the ancestor of the Lin clan, he seemed to be uninvolved, as if he was an outsider, especially when the blood and bone fragments drifted not far away, and there were the corpses of his descendants. But he acted as if he did not see them. This scene made many of the Gu clan's experts look surprised, and they felt that this person was very calm. Disaster was imminent, but he still did not show up. If it were them, they would have been unable to hold back. It was impossible for them to watch their clansmen being massacred and not do anything. What a bunch of trash! You can't even stall for this little bit of time. What a pity I was just half a step away. You have disrupted all my plans, damn it. The ancestor of the Lin clan was called Lin Zhan, and his face was extremely cold. The battle armor was brilliant, and there were dazzling and eye-catching runes interweaving. And as he spoke, a layer of light shrouded him, and there were fluctuations of time lingering around him. His old face was rapidly recovering, becoming young and strong. Terrifying qi and blood power surged from his body, containing an unimaginable momentum. It was as if heavenly thunder was rolling, and it was as if chaos was exploding. There is a huge difference between this and a simple return to the peak technique. Ancestor Bone frowned slightly. He didn't need Gu Changa's instructions and had already taken a step forward. His palms that were hidden under his robes stretched out. White bones covered the sky and the sun. It was very terrifying as he charged towards Lin Zhan. Ancestor of the Bone Clan, we have met several times in the past. I didn't expect that even you would help the tyrant and ignore righteousness. Lin Wu looked at Ancestor Bone coldly, and his eyes were even colder. At the same time, he raised his palm and attacked. A vast and mighty aura swept through this universe, collapsing the star region in all directions, powerful beyond compare. He had been waiting for that Era Dao fruit to mature, but unfortunately there was still some time. If it wasn't for Gu Changa, he had a high chance of breaking through the shackles of this world, returning to his former peak and becoming a true immortal above the Emperor realm. But now the time wasn't right yet. His clansmen had already been completely slaughtered, and even his descendants had died in battle. This made his expression incomparably cold. How could he not hate? He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Changa into pieces. Gu Changa didn't care about the battle between the two. He still had some confidence in Ancestor Bone. Of course, if Ancestor Bone couldn't win, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move. Right now, he was paying attention to that Era tree that was emitting a faint green intent. To be precise, this Era tree was in the process of transforming, and many of its branches and leaves were still in a withered and dead state. But on the other side, there was a vast and majestic aura filled with astonishing vitality. That Era tree was located at the center of this small world. It was incomparably huge, dotted with green immortal light, and shrouded in a thick, chaotic mist. Each leaf could carry a hanging galaxy, and it was exceptionally majestic. At this moment, the people of Gu family felt a majestic will of this world before they even got close, as if wanting to crush their bodies. On those branches and leaves that were emitting a green aura, every star that hung down was rumbling and rotating, emitting a terrifying aura. Gu Changa's eyes moved slightly. The void blurred, and he turned into a divine rainbow. He approached the Era tree, intending to seize the opportunity to take it away. At this time, he suddenly felt a strange movement in the inner universe. The complete world law inside was coming into contact with the world law of this place. After the world seed germinated, it formed a world tree sapling that resonated with the world law of this place. Boom! At this moment between heaven and earth, there seemed to be an even more terrifying force of law pressing down. Then there was an intense collision. The Era tree began to shake as if the world was collapsing. Everyone was a little shocked, and their spirits swayed. They felt that at this moment some kind of indescribable law was descending. It was of the same origin as the law of the upper realm, but there was a sense of rebirth. Dazzling world light rushed out from there like immortal flames, and it was reborn from the flames. It poured down like a waterfall, drowning and rushing towards the four seas and wastelands. Gu Changa's figure trembled slightly, like a boulder under the waterfall, but there was a strange sound in his heart. It was the world scripture, and it resounded in his mind. The dense power of law was incomparably resplendent, drowning the surroundings. He vaguely saw a world seed falling into the great universe, using the galaxy as the soil and chaos as the nutrients. It continuously took root and sprouted, thriving and growing into a world tree. During this process, Gu Changa's world tree sapling was also changing crazily. At the center of the innerverse, an incomparably huge sapling stood tall, as if it was holding up the heavens and earth. It contained a supreme will. At this moment, there were even illusions that were majestic to the extreme, suppressing people until they couldn't breathe. Their skin was about to split open, and they were about to descend into the real world and become a true myriad world. Boom! In everyone's eyes at this moment, the myriad world was floating behind and above Gu Changa. It was as if he was holding up the myriad world by himself. This was an incomparable mighty force, and it even gave people a feeling that Gu Changa could easily wave this world tree and wipe out the enemies of the myriad world, suppressing everything. What is this? Impossible. Although Lin Jan was fighting with Ancestor Bone, he had been paying attention to the era tree behind him. When Gu Changa rushed over, he felt that something was wrong. Now that he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically, and he couldn't hide his fear. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Ancestor Bone snorted coldly when he saw this. A matchless hand pushed past and landed on Lin Jan, causing him to cough up blood and fly out. He almost smashed through this universe. Soon, that place became blurry and incomparably chaotic. No laws or aura could be seen. Even ordinary emperors didn't dare to spy on a battle of this level between Ancestor Bone and Lin Jan. This battle lasted for a very long time, and towards the end, it was incomparably chaotic. Gu Changa looked at this scene and didn't make a move. He instructed the other Dao enlightened cultivators of the Gu family to go and help Ancestor Bone. Meanwhile, he had been paying attention to the era tree. He used 9 great dermic power to envelop this area, trying to completely move it away and bring it to his innerverse. Boom! In a distant land, all living beings could only feel a shocking supreme aura sweeping across the sky. Many great stars trembled like sieves. The sky shook, the universe distorted and collapsed into ashes. Angry shouts sounded from that place, shocking countless living beings. One could imagine what kind of terrifying battle was happening there. Incomparably blurry rivers of time appeared one after another. Every river had the past figures of matchless experts, cheering on this world, yet they were instantly shattered. Boom! Roars sounded from that place. Lin Jan and Ancestor Bone both coughed out blood, their bodies continuously exploding. In the end, they could only turn into their true bodies. Pum! In the end, a war spear rushed over, surrounded by powerful laws, used like a great staff. The resplendent spear body seemed to be forged from millions of immortal, refined gold. A Dao enlightened cultivator of the Gu family took action, his expression cold. He swept out with the war spear, the indescribably heavy power smashing into Lin Jan's back, blasting him until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying out. However, before he landed on the ground, another Gu family enlightened cultivator walked over from another direction, breaking through the restrictions of space. With a pu sound, he was pierced through, blood splashing out, nailed onto the war spear. Ah, ah, ah! Lin Jan roared angrily. His entire body was covered in blood in an extremely sorry state. He turned into his original form, but he was still not a match. He was already at the end of his rope. There were really too many opponents. Just Ancestor Bone alone was already difficult enough, let alone the other Tao enlightened cultivators here. I'm going to kill you. In the end, he began to burn his own source, extremely resentful and unwilling. He stared at the distant Gu Changa, planning to drag him down. Lin Zhan was burning, the light even more dazzling than the sun. He didn't care about anything else, charging towards Gu Changa. I don't know what the so-called resistance is. How is it different from a moth flying into a flame? Gu Changa had been trying to move the epic tree away. When he saw this, he raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Zhan, lightly shaking his head in pity. At the next moment, a boundless and heavy world will appear behind him. Immediately after, the world tree's void image appeared, and with a shake of his hand, it directly swept out. Boom! Endless chaotic light rushed into the sky, this place exploding. Bloody mist surged, drowning this tattered universe's desolate border. Chapter 517. The illusory image of the world tree appeared and contained boundless power. It was as if it was supporting the supreme power of the universe. It swept down and caused Lin Zhan, who was already on his last legs, to explode. He turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. When Ancestor Bone and the rest saw that Lin Zhan didn't care about anything and wanted to kill Gu Changa, they couldn't help but feel worried. However, they didn't expect Gu Changa's current abilities to have reached such a terrifying stage. Although Lin Zhan was already on his last legs, it was enough to show how powerful Gu Changa was. He's a ruthless guy. It's a pity that he offended someone he shouldn't have. Ancestor Bone shook his head. In the battle with Lin Zhan just now, he had also suffered serious injuries. However, in terms of his cultivation, these injuries were insignificant. After that, many experts from the Gu family came forward to clean up the battlefield where the Lin clan was annihilated. Although this place had already turned into ashes and collapsed into ruins, the Lin clan had accumulated a lot of resources. However, the resources that the Lin clan had accumulated over countless years were not small in number. They were all sealed in special spatial instruments, so they were not destroyed. Gu Changa instructed to secretly collect the life source of this place. Of course, he would only do so after everyone from the Gu family had left. Hence, after killing Lin Zhan, he placed most of his attention on the epic tree in front of him. From Luo Feng's words, he knew that this epic tree had almost withered. If Luo Feng hadn't stolen the fate energy from the upper world to nourish it, it wouldn't have been able to revive. It was impossible for this epic tree to be rejuvenated, and it was even more impossible for 12 to bear fruit. Now that he had settled the Lin clan, a vast amount of runes surged up. Gu Changa attacked with all his might. His boundless divine consciousness swept out and enveloped the area in front of him. Rumble! The great earth split apart, collapsing in all directions. Terrifying great rifts appeared one after another, extending out to an unimaginable length. This was a shocking miracle. Gu Changa stretched out his hand. The runes were dazzling, and there were billions of rays of light. It was as if he was going to refine the entire universe in his palm. He grabbed the ground in front of him and held it in his hand. The epic tree that was rooted in it trembled slightly, and its branches and leaves rustled. It was majestic and heavy, and in the end, it was moved into the inner universe by him. This place instantly became empty, as if an unfathomably deep abyss had appeared, causing one's heart to tremble. Everyone looked solemnly at Gu Changa and stood behind him, not daring to make a sound to disturb him. He was like an eternally unchanging demonic shadow, giving off a terrifying and intimidating feeling. After doing this, Gu Changa nodded in satisfaction. In the immortal light released by the epic tree, he felt the new rule of immortal Tao. It was like the rule of heaven and earth that had been nurtured over the years. If it was integrated with the rules of the upper realm, it could allow cultivators who were stuck at the threshold of the immortal path to take a step further and even push open that door. So, the importance of this epic tree was simply self-evident. Half a day later, the Gu family's army began to gather and reorganize. After destroying the Lin clan, they finished plundering and began to evacuate. However, the remnant aura of the battle would not dissipate for at least 1,000,000 years. Weaker cultivators who came here would be blown up by the remnant aura, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Without a doubt, this place had become a place of no life. The terrifying waves of the battle here could not be hidden from the other powerhouses of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. As long as they sensed it, they would know that the Lin clan had been destroyed. After Gu Changa obtained the epic tree, he was actually not very interested in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. However, there was still one last thing waiting for him to finish up. The 2 sons of fate, Xiaoyang, Luofeng, and the Mountain Master. As for the remaining 3 battle gods, he would leave them to the rest of the Gu family. After that, the news of the Dragon Blood battle god's destruction spread throughout the 8 Desolation 10 regions almost immediately. As if it had grown wings, it caused a huge commotion and caused an earthquake. Many clans who had not evacuated were extremely shocked. They did not expect that the Lin clan, which had a strong foundation and was one of the top clans in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, would be destroyed so quickly. This news came so suddenly that it made them tremble in fear. Just as Gu Changa had predicted, when he sent the army to the Lin clan, many powerhouses of the other regions had already sensed the waves. Although they did not dare to go closer to investigate, they could definitely guess what was happening there. After the Gu family's army retreated, the powerhouses of the other forces rushed there almost immediately. They felt the endless hatred and murderous intent that lingered there, which made them tremble. They knew that the Dragon Blood battle gods, one of the oldest clans in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, had been destroyed. There were almost no survivors in the entire clan. In addition, it seemed that even the ancestor who founded the Lin clan had fallen in this battle. This kind of news was too frightening. Many of the clans that tried to escape fell into despair. After all, Gu Changa had the means to find the Dragon Blood battle gods, let alone them. This matter spread quickly. Not only did it shake the 8 Desolation 10 regions, but it also shocked many orthodoxies of the Upper Realm. They were still thinking about which forces to target, but they did not expect that Gu Changa had already destroyed the Lin clan. This speed made them tremble. They could only say that this was the longevity Gu family that had once destroyed the Purple Mansion. With such a strong foundation and such an army, they were afraid. In the next few days, the major regions of the 8 Desolation 10 regions that had not fallen were also in despair. In Skydeer City, which was now occupied by the Upper Realm, there was an extremely majestic and ancient palace. A terrifying and chilling aura was intertwined and filled the air. A jet-black, great Tao treasure bottle bobbed up and down, with endless blood-red light surging out from it. Then it fell into the cross-legged figure below like a ray of light. It was like a terrifying, blood-red cocoon that was jumping. Looking at it made one's heart palpitate, and one would go crazy. At this moment, every pore of Gu Changa's body seemed to have turned into a vast world. A terrifying, devouring force came from it, absorbing the life origin of the Tao attainment cultivators that Odd had been ordered to collect. Rumble! Under his blood vessels, a terrifying momentum that sounded like the opening of the heavens sounded. It was accompanied by a 5-colored light that was dazzling and otherworldly, like a young immortal god. His cultivation level was increasing smoothly and naturally. To Gu Changa, this war with the 8 Desolation 10 regions was like a big hunt. It was just that his targets were all Tao attainment cultivators. If it was not for this war, he did not know how long it would take for him to break through to his current cultivation level. The environment in the Upper Realm was relatively more stable. The death of every Tao attainment cultivator would cause a huge commotion. How could Gu Changa be as happy as he was now? And he did not have to worry about breaking through to the Upper Realm. After that, the fluctuations in the area gradually calmed down. The blood-red light was swallowed by Gu Changa, and the great Tao treasure bottle disappeared. Buzz! A light flashed in his hand, and a mysterious treasure box appeared. It was dazzling and brilliant. When he killed Lin Wu, other than fate points and fate points, the only other valuable item was the Heavenly Dao treasure box. What will be in the Heavenly Dao treasure box this time? Gu Changa's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he opened it. However, the item that was placed in it now made him feel a little strange. It was a mass of 7-colored light, filled with dense light, and there was a mist flowing in it. Then the fog dissipated, revealing a simple and unadorned token. It was only the size of a palm, lying quietly in the treasure chest. Martial arts token! Gu Changa looked at the description of the token. If it was an ordinary item, it would not appear in the Heavenly Dao treasure box. It can deduce and control all cultivation methods and divine powers in this world. For now, it was a little useless. When one's cultivation level reached a certain level, one would be able to see and control all cultivation methods and divine powers at a glance. He could even use it to understand the rules and even the great Tao. However, Gu Changa still kept it. Who knows? There might be a chance to use it in the future. Then he exchanged all the fate points that he had obtained during this period of time for the Transcendence Bone. Crisp cracking sounds could be heard all over his body, as if his bones were changing. 617 crystal clear bones and blood spurted out, containing a sense of supreme transcendence. Gu Changa felt that he was not far from the Nirvana Tao realm. Next, it's time to wait for the fish to take the bait and catch them all in one go. He planned to use the secret chess piece that he had arranged by Xiao Yan a long time ago, which was Gu Wudi. This chess piece had been placed there for so long, and it was time for him to play his role. Moreover, the second Mountain Master, Luo Ying, and the others were in his hands. Gu Changa did not believe that Xiao Yang would not come to rescue them. The Mountain Master's strength should be far above Lin Zhan's. He should be at the same level as the Wind Ancestor. If that's the case, then this feast at Treacherous Gate must be held just in case. Thinking of this, Gu Changa narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered his clansmen to spread the news. Currently, the 8 Desolates 10 regions were in a state of panic, especially the Dragon Blood Battle God clan, which had been destroyed by his army. The other clans only had 2 choices. They could either become slaves of the Upper Realm and be ordered around by the Upper Realm, or be destroyed by the other orthodoxies. At this juncture, what he needed to do was actually very simple. He only needed to use his identity to spread the news, saying that he did not want to kill anymore and wanted to maintain peace between the 2 realms. He would invite the leaders of the various clans in the 8 Desolates 10 regions to discuss this matter. He would also directly invite the Mountain Master. With the prestige of the 9 mountains, it would be easy to gather the hearts of the people in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. With such a great opportunity, Xiao Yang, the Mountain Master, and the others would definitely not let it go. They know that this is a feast at Treacherous Gate, but they have no choice but to come. They have no other choice. Although it's just a ray of light in the darkness, it's enough to make all of them rush over. Gu Changa's lips curled into a faint smile. He could already foresee that this would be a major event that would sweep across the entire 8 Desolates 10 regions. All the clans and clans would be shaken, unless they really wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Lin clan and walk the path of destruction. Chapter 518. To the current 8 Wilderness 10 regions, other than the few large regions that had yet to fall, the other regions were embroiled in the flames of war almost every day. The news of the Dragon Blood Battle God's annihilation spread like wildfire, causing a huge commotion. Many tribes were in danger and were in a state of panic, afraid that they would see the Upper Realm's army one day. Even the Dragon Blood Battle Gods, who had such a strong foundation, could not stop the Upper Realm's cavalry. How could these tribes resist? The Yunza territory, Chiliao territory, and other places were shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Countless cultivators were worried and fearful. They could not see the slightest bit of hope in front of them. Rumble. Terrifying noises were made in the sky every day. Many cavalrymen were like a cosmic flood, shuttling back and forth in various places, carrying with them a murderous aura. During this time, a shocking news suddenly spread from Skydeer City. It swept across the entire 8 Wilderness 10 regions like a huge wave, causing a huge commotion. Some cultivators said that Gu Changa did not want to kill too much. After conquering Skydeer City, the 8 Wilderness 10 regions were no longer a threat to the upper realm. That was why he wanted to maintain peace between the two realms. He planned to discuss a peace treaty with the leaders of the various tribes. When this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. However, the people of the 8 Wilderness 10 regions did not believe it. They felt that Gu Changa would not do such a thing. This news was just a rumor. After the upper realm had plotted to conquer Skydeer City, how could they let them go so easily? Even if Gu Changa wanted to do so, would the other orthodoxies of the upper realm agree? This was obviously impossible. In the eyes of most of the people of the 8 Wilderness 10 regions, Gu Changa was far more detestable than the other beings of the upper realm. Others might do so, but not Gu Changa. Of course, it was undeniable that Gu Changa's power made them all uneasy. Boom! On the second day after the news spread, a golden decree rose from the depths of Skydeer City like a banner. The boundary space rumbled and broke through the heavens and earth, rising into the universe. Boundless might swept through the heavens above and earth below. All of the mountain ranges trembled, and the stars in outer space shifted. The golden decree contained unimaginable might, and the divine markings written on it were dazzling and resplendent like stars. They illuminated the surroundings and caused the world to tremble. Countless cultivators and living beings felt this terrifying fluctuation, and even their souls trembled. They couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in that direction. Every single ancient divine text had been supported by great magical force. They were even larger than stars, shining above the heavens appearing. This is the supreme experts of the various races in the 8 Desolates 10 regions had been on high alert for any movement in Skydeer City. The moment they saw this golden decree break through the air, all of their hearts palpitated, and their souls couldn't help but tremble slightly. That's the decree written by Gu Changa himself. Peace agreement? How can this be real? The news is real. He's really going to invite the various leaders to discuss the peace agreement? How can this be? What is Gu Changa's motive? Then the ancient existences carefully studied the ancient divine text. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They read the golden decree again, afraid that they would miss a single word. In the end, they froze in shock. Why? What is Gu Changa's motive? They found it hard to believe. Gu Changa was really going to invite the various leaders to discuss the so-called peace agreement? What was Gu Changa's motive? Could they believe Gu Changa? When the golden decree broke through the air and illuminated the heavens and earth, it announced this matter. Countless factions and cultivators in the 8 Desolates and 10 regions were shocked at first, then in disbelief and disbelief. At this critical moment, Gu Changa suddenly issued a decree to discuss the peace agreement. No matter how they looked at it, it was like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. He was up to no good. Previously, many people had doubted the authenticity of this matter. However, when the news was confirmed, they were stunned. They couldn't understand it at all. However, to many cultivators and living beings, this was like seeing a ray of light in the dark night. They suddenly saw hope. After all, they were at different levels and naturally considered different things. Some of the higher-ups of the large clans were considering another aspect of this matter. They felt that Gu Changa was definitely up to no good. This was an open and above-board scheme. At the same time, it was a feast at Hongmen. If they kept their promise, they might really be caught in one fell swoop and die tragically. Could Gu Changa's words be trusted? Many people's impression of Gu Changa was still that of a handsome young man outside Skydeer City, but his methods were extremely terrifying. However, there was no doubt that in the vast upper realm, It was difficult to find a young man who could be mentioned in the same breath as Gu Changa. His power and influence were not something that people of the same generation could touch. Now that Gu Changa had personally written a decree to invite the entire 8 desolates 10 regions, it seemed more like a signal. Compared to the higher-ups of the various clans, the rest of the cultivators and living beings had completely different thoughts. They suddenly saw hope. Naturally, they didn't want to be slaughtered by the upper realm. If there was really a peace agreement, they would definitely agree without a doubt. After experiencing the horror of the war, they were even more eager to have peace in this world. They wanted the various clans to live and prosper. If Gu Changa's promise was true, then they would definitely agree. In an instant, the 8 desolates 10 regions and many of the upper realm's orthodoxies were shaken by Gu Changa's decree. This grand feast will be held in Sky Deer City. What do you think? In a grand and ancient palace, Gu Changa chuckled softly and reached out his hand to touch the fair face in front of him. The Empyrean deer, mystic fairy, stood in front of him. She wore a flawless white dress and her hair danced in the wind. Her face was beautiful and delicate, cold and ethereal. It's the same no matter where it is. It depends on what you want. She had a complicated look in her eyes. Does Master Gu want to capture everyone in one fell swoop? Or do you really want to make a peace agreement? When the Empyrean deer mystic fairy knew that Gu Changa wanted to set up a banquet, she was extremely shocked. It had to be said that this was an unimaginable attraction to the various clans in the upper realm. They were like moths to a flame. Even if they knew that their chances of survival were slim, they would still come. Although she didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the upper realm, she still couldn't bear to do so. If they were really like moths to a flame, then they would be giving everyone hope and then crushing it in front of them. That was really cruel. Based on her understanding of Gu Changa, he really was capable of doing something like that. Do you want me to capture them all in one fell swoop or make a peace agreement? Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly and asked, If I want to, will you do what I want? The Empyrean deer mystic fairy looked at him and asked, Not really. Gu Changa smiled and gently touched the hair beside her cheek. But you can guess. If you guess correctly, I might reward you. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy shook her head. How can I guess what you're thinking? I don't like what you're saying. You're making us feel like strangers. Gu Changa smiled faintly and looked outside the palace, waiting for the right time. I also want to improve my relationship with you. Unfortunately, you don't trust anyone. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy felt a strange emotion and couldn't help but shake her head. She knew that it was almost impossible for a person like Gu Changa to open her heart to others, let alone trust her a little bit. Even if the city of Heavenly Deer was destroyed, the 8 barren 10 regions were no longer a threat. He was still the same. It's not that I don't trust anyone. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet. Gu Changa casually smiled at his words and did not comment on it. He wasn't a saint or a saint. If he didn't have the 9 abstruse yearning body, he wouldn't refuse a piece of meat placed in front of his mouth. However, before he dealt with the 9 abstruse yearning body, Gu Changa didn't want to have another shackle that would restrict his life and death. In his eyes, chess pieces and tools weren't much different. Though the Empyrean deer mystic fairy wouldn't betray him now, in Gu Changa's eyes, she was no different from a chess piece. He didn't think he was a heartless person. He was just more rational and clear-headed than the average person. Whether or not he was worthy of his trust didn't depend on him, but on others. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy wanted to submit to him more. If he didn't have his current power and strength, she wouldn't have submitted so easily. Though this analogy wasn't completely appropriate, it was the truth. Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chu, and Gu Xian were different. To Gu Changa, they were different from the rest. I understand. In that case, I'll give the order and let the people in the city start preparing. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy nodded and didn't say anything else. She then left the palace and ordered the servants to prepare for the feast at Hongmen. Though Heavenly Deer City had returned to the territory of the upper world, she still had power that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Of course, this was mostly because of Gu Changa's identity. After watching the Empyrean Deer mystic fairy leave, Gu Changa shook his head lightly and smiled. His expression didn't change much. He knew what the Empyrean Deer mystic fairy was thinking. To her, it was already fortunate that Heavenly Deer City wasn't destroyed in the battle and turned into ashes. She was very smart and wouldn't interfere in this matter. It's about time. The Mountain Master's whereabouts should be revealed to the world. Immediately after, Gu Changa called over his clansmen and had them pass down the order to call that great Mountain Master across the sky. At the same time, he thought for a while and left the palace and went to the dungeon. In order to show his sincerity, Gu Changa planned to release the second Mountain Master and Luo Ying first. Of course, this release didn't mean that he would really let them go. Instead, he would use them as hostages to threaten the Mountain Master, Xiaoyang, and the others. At the same time, with this bargaining chip, he could let the entire 8 Desolation 10 regions know that they couldn't refuse this scheme. Billions of miles away from Heavenly Deer City, Juk City was one of the most glorious and ancient divine cities in the Great Cloud Lake region. Multicolored mist curled up, multicolored light was brilliant, and there was dense, immortal light. Many divine mountains and immortal peaks sat there. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air, and spiritual vines wound around the walls. When the news spread, it caused a huge commotion. In the most prosperous pavilions and palaces, green light lingered and shrouded the sky, preventing people from the upper world from spying on them. A small banquet was being held there. Those who came to participate in this banquet were all important figures in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. They originally planned to discuss how they could survive in such a terrible situation. However, because of Gu Changa's decree, they had to change their plans. White fog lingered around the city, and colorful clouds flowed. Waves of divine light burst out, and beautiful figures walked around the banquet, their long sleeves fluttering gracefully. Compared to the war in the outside world, this place was more elegant and peaceful. There were dancers walking around. At this moment, a tall figure was shrouded in chaotic fog. He came from the Great Cloud Lake region's territory leader's clan. He sat at the back of the banquet table, gently swirling his wine glass as he analyzed. Without a doubt, this is Gu Changa's overt scheme. The so-called peace treaty is a sham. It is nothing more than a plan to gather all of us together and then capture us all in one fell swoop. The so-called peace treaty is just a way to win over ordinary beings. His real goal is to get rid of us. I have to say, this person is not only terrifyingly powerful, but he also has many tricks up his sleeve. Now that this decree is out, I'm afraid no one in the entire 8 Desolation 10 regions won't be tempted. Now, even the leader of the 9 mountains has been targeted. I wonder if the news is true, and if the leader has been born. Many people agreed with his words. Their expressions were solemn, and some of them had other doubts in their hearts. What a good scheme. We have no other choice but to accept it. If we accept, we may die, but if we don't, we will definitely die. The other important figures all expressed their agreement. Their expressions were not good, and they were full of unwillingness. What was an open scheme? It was something that all of them could see, but they could not reject. Gu Changa's actions, to them, were an open scheme. He painted a big picture for everyone. If they did not want to walk the path of destruction like the dragon blood war gods, they could only do what Gu Changa asked. After all, what everyone in the 8 Desolation 10 regions yearned for the most was to live in peace. Every day, they hear news of tribes being destroyed by the upper world's cavalry. They were all scared out of their wits. At this time, Gu Changa suddenly made such an invitation. How could they not be tempted? On the other side of the pavilion, there were a few people sitting in the corner. A blind old man in a white robe was sitting there. He looked like an immortal. His entire body seemed to have blended into the world. The people beside him were Xiao Yang, Guwudi, and the others. Looks like this feast at Treacherous Gate is specially set up for the various tribes. However, this Guchanga knows that I've been born and asked me to come to him. I don't know what he's planning. Could it be that he's plotting against me? Hearing the conversation around him, the blind old man in the white robe shook his head. Although his words were calm, they could not hide his confusion. The expressions of the people beside him were also very serious, especially Xiaoyang. Originally, the Mountain Lord wanted to bring them to find the dragon blood war gods. Then they would join forces with the other tribes to think of a way to rescue Luo Feng. However, before they could find the dragon blood war gods, they heard the news that they were destroyed by Gu Changa's army. This made him feel terrified and his scalp tingle. Gu Changa's every action seemed to have predicted what they were going to do. She completely blocked their way forward, leaving them no way back. If the Mountain Lord was not by his side, he might really be in despair. It seemed like they were all being led by the nose by Gu Changa. Now, it seemed that they could only think of a way to unite the various tribes and then discuss how to rescue the second Mountain Lord, Luo Ing, and the others. Otherwise, the entire 8 Desolation 10 regions would fall into the hands of Gu Changa. The consequences would be unimaginable. It seems like I have no choice but to participate in this feast at Treacherous Gate. Although the Mountain Lord was blind, he could see many things clearly. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was a good idea. Although this was Gu Changa's overt plan to invite everyone in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, to him it was also a good opportunity. At this time he could gather all the forces in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. In that case, it was not as if he had no chance at all. Chapter 519. The Mountain Lord suddenly thought of many things. Currently, the 8 wildernesses and 10 regions were like a pile of loose sand. It was difficult to gather them, let alone fight against Gu Changa and the Upper Realm. No matter what Gu Changa's true motive was, he could make use of it to win people over. Only then would he have more power. Otherwise, the rescue mission for Luo Feng would be a long way off. If that's the case, I'll beat him at his own game. What's wrong with attending the banquet? Thinking of this, the Mountain Lord had a plan in mind. Now that the important figures of various races were gathered in Heaven Gate City, it was a good opportunity for him to show himself. Mountain Lord, are you going to attend the banquet that Gu Changa invited? Xiao Yang did not know what the Mountain Lord was thinking. He was still a little worried. After all, Gu Changa would not call the Mountain Lord out for no reason. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that something was wrong. This matter did not have much to do with the Mountain Lord, so he could leave at any time. Even the second Mountain Lord and the Mountain Lord did not have much of a relationship. This was what his master had told him a long time ago. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The Mountain Lord did not say much, nor did he explain anything. He then walked out of the corner and walked towards the important figures who were talking not far away. Seeing this, Xiaoyang was delighted. He understood what the Mountain Lord's choice was. He could not help but feel a wave of admiration in his heart. Even though he knew that Gu Changa was up to no good and might have set up a trap during the banquet, the Mountain Lord did not care. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still walked towards it. You are... The important figures who were discussing the heavenly Deer City appointment in half a month could not hide their worry. They could not think of a solution. At this moment, they suddenly saw the Mountain Lord walking towards them. They could not help but be shocked. They did not sense that there was someone hiding in the area. There were supreme martial artists among them. Their cultivation was unfathomable. However, they still could not sense anyone around them. This shocked them. They then became alert and stared at the Mountain Lord, who was walking towards them. Blind old man, could it be? Could it really be? Someone noticed the Mountain Master's face and frowned, as if recalling something. There weren't many people in this world who were blind and had such an unfathomable cultivation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He couldn't hide his shock, and his voice trembled. You are. The Mountain Lord's expression was calm as he nodded slightly without saying anything. At this time, the other big shots also suddenly remembered, and their faces immediately flushed red. They were very excited. At their level, they couldn't help but tremble. One could imagine how excited they were at this moment. That's great. I always thought that the news was fake. No wonder Guchanga would spread such words. So you've really been born. They immediately used honorifics to address the Mountain Lord, feeling deep veneration for him. After all, he was the one who had founded the 9 mountains. His transcendent status in the current 8 desolates and 10 regions was simply indescribable. In their eyes, the Mountain Lord was no different from an immortal. I already know about what happened in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. This time, since Guchanga is up to no good and has set up a banquet, then I will go and take a look. The Mountain Lord was wearing a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Although he was blind, his aura was not to be underestimated. He spoke calmly, as if he didn't care about Guchanga at all. Hearing this, everyone immediately became even more excited. Their emotions surged, their blood surged, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Now that the 8 desolates and 10 regions were in a dark period, if someone like the Mountain Lord stood up to them, he would be like a pillar of support. We are willing to go with the Mountain Lord. At this moment, they no longer hesitated and couldn't help but speak in unison. Their expressions were extremely serious. This was because if even the Mountain Lord couldn't do anything, then the 8 desolates and 10 regions were truly hopeless. Very good. If that's the case, then in half a month, even if the Sky Deer City is a tiger's den, we will go and take a look. Let's see what Guchanga has up his sleeve. The Mountain Lord was very satisfied with everyone's expressions and couldn't help but nod. During this time, he contacted the other clans and gathered the remaining 3 Divine Warriors clans, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Xuanwu clans, to gather their last bit of strength. This way, even if Guchanga was scheming against him, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Very quickly, the news of the Mountain Lord of the 9 mountains appearing in the 8 desolates and 10 regions spread from the Juk City faster than if it had wings. This caused a huge commotion, and the waves it caused were unimaginable. All of the clans and 10 regions appeared to discuss this matter. Half a month later, within the Sky Deer City, Guchanga invited the leaders of the 8 desolates and 10 regions to participate in the peace treaty. To them, there was definitely something fishy about this matter, and they didn't believe it. They were discussing whether or not to go. However, now that the Mountain Lord had appeared, he took the initiative to accept the invitation. This made them excited, and they didn't hesitate for long before saying that they were willing to die with the Mountain Lord. If what Guchanga said was true, it would naturally be good, and the 8 desolates and 10 regions would regain their rare peace. If what he said was false, with the Mountain Lord around, they would have an extra layer of protection. After all, in the eyes of countless beings in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the Mountain Lord was no different from an immortal. Although he hadn't appeared for countless years, now that the 8 desolates and 10 regions were facing a great calamity and were about to fall, the Mountain Lord appeared to try his best to turn the tide. In the eyes of many cultivators, he was the last hope left. The 10 great domains and the 8 great wastelands that had yet to fall had become uplifted in the past few days. Even the armies of the upper world had stopped their attacks. It seemed that they had compromised because of Guchanga's decree. At the same time, in the Sky Deer City, many patriarchs of the supreme sects and imperishable orthodoxies from the upper world gathered, looking slightly dissatisfied. Of course, they knew that Guchanga had issued a decree to invite the various clans of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. They had no objections to this. After all, it was Guchanga's business. However, he asked for the various orthodoxies to cooperate with him and temporarily withdraw their troops. This made them a little dissatisfied. Now was the critical time to conquer the various regions. How could they withdraw their troops so easily? They were still waiting to completely conquer the 8 desolates and 10 regions, and then find out why there were no immortals in the upper world all these years. That was the most important thing. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Changa's power was not weaker than theirs, and that he had played a decisive role in this battle, they wouldn't have agreed. Now they wouldn't be so kind. In the palace, there was a faint fragrance of tea and immortal fog. Gu Changa sipped his tea gently and said slowly, "In half a month, the various clans of the 8 desolates and 10 regions will be here. Isn't it good to catch them all then? Everyone, why are you so dissatisfied over such a small matter?" Behind him stood several people, including those who had achieved Dao from the Longevity Gu clan, Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, Anaishang and Ancestor Bone. However, Anaishang and Ancestor Bone didn't show their faces, but their aura alone was enough to make the various orthodoxies' expressions change. They didn't dare to say anything disrespectful. If it weren't for the severity of the situation, they wouldn't have come here together at this time. Young Lord Changa is right, but how can you guarantee that all the leaders of the clans of the 8 desolates and 10 regions will be here in half a month? An ancestor from the Sky Emperor Mountain spoke. He looked a little like a dragon, but he had a phoenix plume on his forehead. His strength was considered to be on the stronger side of the Dao attainment realm. His words were clearly approved by the rest of the people. Gu Changa's plan was simple, but the various clans of the 8 desolates and 10 regions were not stupid. Why would they come knowing that this was a trap? To them, the success rate of this plan was not high. No, they will all come. Gu Changa's expression didn't change. He didn't explain. He only said calmly, "Besides, do you really think you can find the thing you're looking for if you keep looking like this? In my opinion, this is just a waste of time. Young Lord Changa, do you know something?" The ancestor of the Longevity Wang clan couldn't help but ask curiously. He felt that Gu Changa wouldn't say these words for no reason. Obviously, he knew something. The other ancestors of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were also puzzled. "It's not that I know anything, but the second mountain lord of the 9 mountains and the guardians are in my hands. They will definitely come to rescue them." Gu Changa smiled. He glanced outside the hall and gave an order to the people behind him. Soon, rumbling sounds were heard. Prison wagons covered in various supreme talismans were pushed over. They were glittering with light, and rules were falling from them. The second mountain lord, Luo Feng, and Luo Ying were imprisoned in the wagons. The second mountain lord was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed like a rock. He was oblivious to the situation outside. Luo Feng and Luo Ying didn't look good. Their hands and feet were shackled, and it was difficult for them to break free. If they exerted a little strength, fine talisman power would seep into them, causing them unbearable pain. It was like torture. There. Seeing this, many ancestors of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies looked surprised. Some of them had interacted with the second mountain lord before. They didn't expect that after the 9 mountains were destroyed, the second mountain lord would be suppressed by Gu Changa and become a prisoner. However, they didn't know Luo Feng and Luo Ying, nor did they know them. However, judging from Gu Changa's words, one of them must be a descendant of the guardians. "They are naturally my honored guests." Gu Changa smiled faintly. Then, in front of everyone, she unlocked the shackles of the 3 people in the prison carriage and released them. However, their cultivations were sealed. Even if they were released, they wouldn't be able to escape in front of a group of enlightened beings. It seems that young Lord Changa has everything under control. We were overthinking. Seeing this, many enlightened beings were not stupid. They understood Gu Changa's intention and couldn't help but sigh. They were even more afraid of Gu Changa's methods. "Gu, what tricks are you up to this time?" As the former wind ancestor, Luo Feng was still proud even though he was now a prisoner. He knew that Gu Changa didn't kill him because he wanted to know his secret. Therefore, before this, he was safe and his life was not in danger. Beside him, Luo Ying found it hard to hide her fear towards Gu Changa. Though she carried a deep hatred, she was still a young woman. Everyone here, other than Guchanga, was an old monster who had lived for countless years. Don't worry, you will see your old friends very soon. Guchanga gently blew at the mist on the tea. With a slight smile on her face, she spoke unhurriedly. Old friend, what do you mean? Luo Feng's heart froze, other than those of the same generation. He didn't know of any other old friends. He had a bad feeling. Your little brother will see you very soon as well. Guchanga didn't explain and looked at Luo Ying. Little brother. Luo Ying's face was white as her body trembled in fear. It could be said that the person she didn't want to see the most right now was the little brother she had never seen before. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Rays of light flashed across the sky, splitting open the sky and shaking the earth. They all headed towards the Sky Deer City from all over the 8 barren domains. Chapter 5:20. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. All the leaders of the clans in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions, took action. They either rode on divine rainbows or rode on clouds. They brought their servants and some of their clansmen to Heavenly Deer City. This was a matter of life and death for all the clans. No one dared to ignore it. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, the fate of the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions depended on this peace treaty. To the ordinary cultivators and living beings, this banquet was the only light in the darkness. They were filled with great expectations. In the ancient cities of the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions, countless cultivators and living beings were discussing. They had their servants report what happened at the banquet. Everyone was paying close attention. How big was the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions? In terms of territory, it was more than 100 million miles. The number of living beings and cultivators could only be described as immeasurable. This time, the Treaty of Peace discussion caught everyone's attention. Their hearts were filled with anticipation, but also nervousness. At this moment, an extremely large flying boat shone with divine light and dense fog. It was like a fairy boat crossing the heavens. It was flying toward Heavenly Deer City. This flying boat was huge. It was like a floating continent. There were rows upon rows of palaces and pavilions. The people on the flying boat were the leaders of the most powerful and ancient clans in the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions. There were clan leaders, elders, and ancestors. Apart from some of the younger generation, the weakest of the rest was a supreme. Before the war in the upper world, they had great power in the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions. They could cause a huge earthquake if they wanted to. There were the leaders of the 10 regions, the 8 wildernesses, and the clan leaders of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans. To put it bluntly, this group of people on the flying boat controlled the lifeline of the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions. They were the ones standing at the top. The Heavenly Deer City today is different from before. After the Heavenly Deer mystic fairy surrendered to Guchanga, she's still in charge of the city. But it has nothing to do with the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions anymore. So don't count on the traitor, the Sky Deer mystic maiden, to help us. At this moment, an ancient existence spoke. His entire body was enveloped by boundless mist, his face was thin, and his eyes were extremely bright. It was as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. He came from a reclusive family in the 8 desolates' 10 regions. He was a cultivator who had achieved the Tao. Previously, when the 8 desolates' 10 regions fought against the upper realm, he had never shown himself. Until today, he had finally appeared in the world. Around him, there were quite a few old and sturdy men of similar statuses. However, they were all silent and didn't say anything. The traitor of the Heavenly Deer mystic maiden. When the Deer Empyrean maiden was mentioned, many people couldn't help but reveal anger and disgrace in their eyes. Someone even sneered and said, "But she's also smart. Now that she's with Guchanga, not only did she protect Sky Deer City, but her status has also risen. Even the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies dare not offend her." Unlike us, who need to constantly be on guard against the army of the upper realm, we even have to bend our knees and live in the shadow of the upper realm. Although that was what they said, they couldn't hide their jealousy. To many people, the Empyrean maiden's greatest advantage compared to the rest was her beauty. She was one of the rare beauties in the world. Apart from that, which part of her could catch Gu Changa's attention? It was a pity that they couldn't compare to such an advantage. However, there were still a few old men whose eyes flickered. They scanned the people behind them and searched for the prettiest women. This time, Gu Changa had invited everyone to discuss the peace treaty. However, he didn't mention much about the details of the treaty, so they didn't know either. Hence, they were very uneasy now. Naturally, they wanted this matter to go smoothly and restore peace to the 8 desolates, 10 regions. If they could arrange for the prettiest woman in the clan to win Gu Changa's favor, that would be a good idea. That's Fairy Qingyue. She's among the people who came this time. Then many people were stunned. Their eyes flickered as they looked at a beautiful woman who exuded an otherworldly aura. Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful person present. Compared to her, the rest of the divine ladies paled in comparison. They couldn't be compared to her. However, Fairy Qingyue's identity made many people look at her strangely. They found it hard to believe that she would appear here. Zhao Yunze, who had died in battle in Sky Deer City, was very close to her. There were even rumors that the two of them intended to get engaged and planned to get married before Sky Deer City fell. However, Zhao Yunze was killed by Gu Changa and died tragically in Sky Deer City. Many people even heard that Fairy Qingyue was so heartbroken that she almost fainted. Now that she appeared here, it seemed that she had recovered from her grief. Fairy Qingyue is indeed Fairy Qingyue to be able to recover from her grief so quickly, even in the face of such a situation. Many people sighed in their hearts, but didn't think too much about it. After all, as Zhao Yunze's lover, Fairy Qingyue's abilities were not to be underestimated in the 8 desolates, 10 regions. She was a hero among women. Right now, there was another person beside Fairy Qingyue. However, he looked very old and had white hair. He was the current region lord of the Great Cloud Pool region. He was Zhao Yunze's father. As the region lord of the Great Cloud Pool region, he had an irreconcilable feud with Gu Changa. His most favored son, Zhao Yunze, had been killed by Gu Changa in front of countless troops from the 2 domains in front of Sky Deer City. He had always kept this grudge in his heart, but now revenge was a distant dream. For the survival of the entire Great Cloud Pool region, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and let go of this grudge for the time being. He led his people and rushed to Sky Deer City. "Uncle, don't worry. I know what to do." Fairy Qingyue's expression was very calm as she nodded gently. Because of Zhao Yunze, the region lord of the Great Cloud Pool region was very familiar with Fairy Qingyue. He was naturally very satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. When he heard this, his expression was a little complicated. More than that, it was regret. In the end, he could only sigh deeply. "Sigh, if I had not allowed Yunze to participate in that battle, this would not have happened. I have let you all down." The region lord of the Great Cloud Pool region sighed. Fairy Qingyue shook her head and said, "Yunze told me that if he could die in the battle outside the realm, it would be a good ending for him. As the young lord of the Great Cloud Pool region, he is destined to live his life protecting the Great Cloud Pool region." These words touched the domain master's heart. He let out a long sigh, and his face seemed to have aged even more. Do we really have to do this? He seemed to be asking himself as well as Fairy Qingyue, who was sitting opposite him. Now that things have come to this, I have no other choice. Fairy Qingyue did not answer directly. Instead, she said calmly, "Don't be so pessimistic. What if there is still a chance? Even someone like the Great Mountain Master has appeared. We might still have a chance. Uncle does not want you to do this unless we have no other choice." The region lord sighed and looked into the distance. There was a sage-like, blind elder talking to the leaders of the various god of war clans. His tone was calm and steady. He did not seem to be worried or uneasy at all about participating in this feast at Hungmen. This kind of bearing made him admire him, and his heart was more or less at ease. Soon, the flying ship rumbled across the sky like a raging wave. It made a huge noise and traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Many mountains, rivers, and lakes were quickly disappearing into the distance. Pieces of vast and boundless territory quickly disappeared under the feet of the crowd. Along the way, they could see powerful cultivators from the other 8 Desolate's 10 regions rushing over with their clansmen. Heavenly Deer City was located at the border of the 8 Desolate's 10 regions. It was adjacent to the territory of the upper world. However, that area was now occupied by the upper world. The sea of fire that once burned all day had gradually calmed down. Although the area was still remote and desolate, it was much more lively than before. Heavenly Deer City, which was as majestic as the backbone of heaven and earth, stood tall at the border. The stars hung over the vast plains, and the moon surged over the rivers. At this moment, the Milky Way that fell from the sky was filled with mysterious and deep radiance. It scattered over Heavenly Deer City, making it look extremely magnificent. Many large stars surged around it like dust. It was vast and majestic. Before the flying ship landed in front of Heavenly Deer City, there were terrifying divine consciousnesses that were like Wang Yangs sweeping over. They were domineering and did not care about anything. Looks like they are the leaders of the various clans who have come at the request of young Lord Chang'e. Let them in. Their voices were calm. After a simple exchange, they let them in. The city gates that were as tall as the sky fell with a boom. It was obvious that behind these terrifying divine consciousnesses were the current city guards of Heavenly Deer City. Their cultivations were unfathomable. The weakest among them was at the Tao attainment realm. After all, after the formation of Heavenly Deer City was broken, there were not many defensive measures left. As city guards, they had to be terrifyingly strong. This scene made the various leaders and clansmen who had rushed over change their expressions. Once upon a time, Heavenly Deer City was no different from the divine city in their hearts. It had a supreme status. It was not like now, where they even had to report before entering the city. Moreover, what would they do if they wanted to escape after entering Heavenly Deer City? After so many months, I'm back here again. Everything is the same, but the people are different. I wonder how Master is doing now. Xiao Yang silently followed behind the Mountain Lord and the others. Looking at Heavenly Deer City in front of him, he felt very conflicted. In the vast and spacious Heavenly Deer City, there were countless palaces and pavilions. In the distance, there were immortal islands and divine mountains. However, they now belonged to the upper world. The various orthodoxies had already divided the land and had their own territories. Now, the peace treaty was being discussed in the Heavenly Deer Temple in Heavenly Deer City. At this moment, there were already divine rainbows flashing across the city. They were the experts of the various orthodoxies from the upper world. They had also appeared and were sizing up the various leaders who were walking in from outside the city. However, their expressions were very playful, like a cat catching a mouse. This made the people from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions feel very uneasy. Now that they had come this far, there was no room for regret or opportunity. They could only follow this path to the end. Everyone this way, please. Since you are here to participate in the peace treaty discussion, you are naturally our young master's honored guest. Although the 2 worlds have been at war for countless years, and the hatred between the 2 worlds is difficult to resolve. However, our young master is virtuous and does not want to kill more. This peace treaty is our young master's sincerity. On the main road in Heavenly Deer City, the experts of the Gu clan who had received the news had already rushed over. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Wearing battle armor and shining divine light, they gave people the feeling that they had killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The person who spoke was a kind-looking elder. He looked very thin and weak, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. However, his aura was not to be underestimated. It was difficult to see through him. He was at least a Tao attainment cultivator. His seniority was definitely frightening. Young Master Gu is very considerate. If Gu Changa really wants to stop this battle, then stop playing tricks and show some sincerity. Hearing this, the various leaders of the 8 desolates, 10 regions, did not speak. They all looked at the Mountain Lord. In their eyes, the great Mountain Master was like a pillar of support. She begged for fresh flowers. The Mountain Lord was not surprised. He only said indifferently, wanting Gu Changa to show the sincerity he deserved. They had come to this feast at Hongmen. They had already disregarded life and death. If Gu Changa attacked at this time, it would be an unimaginable disaster for them. Many people would even die tragically here. Sincerity does not seem to be something that our young master needs to consider. Hearing this, the Tao attainment cultivator from the Gu clan smiled faintly and led the way. He did not care about the opinions of the people present. He was very casual. His words made the expressions of the people from the 8 desolates, 10 regions, change slightly. They had an ominous feeling. Sincerity was indeed not something that Gu Changa needed to show. After all, the 8 desolates, 10 regions were at an absolute disadvantage. If there were no accidents, they would be completely conquered by the upper realm soon. At this time, Gu Changa stood up and gave them a chance to make a peace treaty. It was up to them to believe it or not. Gu Changa did not need to, nor did he have the obligation to make them believe it. For a moment, a haze rose in everyone's hearts. They knew that this was a feast at Hongmen. Gu Changa did not have good intentions, but for the last bit of hope, they still came. Could it be that Gu Changa had already revealed his true intentions before the feast had even begun? Tianlu Temple was located in the center of Tianlu City. Nearby was a very wide square. There were many pagodas and halls. Now, many blurry figures could be seen here. The cultivation of these blurry figures was very powerful. Just by standing there, they caused the nearby void to show signs of collapsing. A sentry every 5 steps, a guard every 10 steps. Looks like it's not going to end well. Seeing this, a desolate lord could not help but shake his head and sigh. He felt that they had entered a dragon's lair and there was no way out. Many people could not help but feel nervous. Their backs and palms were full of cold sweat. If the situation was not good, the surrounding experts would swarm them. They would not even need to run. They would probably die in an instant. Soon, under the guidance of the Gu family experts, they passed through the square and entered the temple. The temple was very vast. It was as if they had come to a small world. The banquet had been set up since a long time ago, and numerous wines, spirit fruits, and the meat of rare ferocious beasts were placed on top of it. They emitted a lustrous brilliance and dazzling multicolored light, causing phenomena to appear and suffuse the air that caused one's appetite to be aroused. In addition, there were many graceful women dancing at the feast. Celestial mist lingered around them. Their movements were very moving, and they were a feast for the eyes. In Tianlu Temple, Gu Changa was wearing a black robe. He looked mysterious and noble. He was handsome and had a faint smile on his face. He was waiting for everyone at the head of the table. Behind him stood Tianlu Xiannu. However, her face was covered by a veil. Only a pair of watery eyes could be seen. She looked very calm and otherworldly. Other than them, there was no one else in the hall. This scene caused the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions to be slightly stunned. This was different from what they had expected. However, they guessed that Gu Changa had arranged for people to be in the dark. As long as he gave the order, they would rush in and take them down. Now, the life and death of the entire 8 desolation 10 regions was in the hands of the young man in front of them. This made them feel very complicated. Xiao Yang's expression was cold. He could not hide his hatred. The scene at the 9 mountains appeared in his mind. His senior sister was pierced through the top of her head by Gu Changa. Her body and soul were destroyed. Distinguished guests, please sit. Gu Changa smiled and glanced at the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Then he gestured for everyone to sit. We have come as per your request. Gu Changa, I hope you will keep your promise, a Baron Lord said in a low voice. He looked like a black bear, and there were streaks of laws flowing around his body. His capabilities were terrifying. His chi rumbled like thunder, making people's eardrums buzz and almost explode. The rest of the Wasteland Masters and Domain Masters were also staring at Gu Changa. Divine lights were flashing in their eyes, and there were various colors of divine lights intertwining. They were very cautious and did not sit down carelessly. They were worried that Gu Changa had other tricks up his sleeve. Everyone, don't worry. Since I have invited everyone from the 8 Desolation 10 regions to discuss this important matter, I will not attack you at this time. Could it be that you do not trust me even for such a small matter? Seeing this, Gu Changa only smiled faintly. He knew what everyone was afraid of. In fact, when everyone decided to come to this feast at Hongmen, Gu Changa had already achieved his goal. The Mountain Master, Xiaoyang, and the other Divine Warriors clans were his targets. Moreover, he had already obtained the epic tree. Not many people in the upper world knew about this. Therefore, instead of destroying these clans, it was better to use them for his own purposes. To Gu Changa, their value was greater if they were alive. As for whether this would harm the interests of the other orthodoxies in the upper world, it had nothing to do with him. I hope you will keep your promise. Although the Mountain Master was blind, nothing that happened here could escape his senses. He then chose a seat and sat down. It was as if he was not worried about any tricks. Seeing that the Mountain Master had sat down, the others sighed in relief and found a seat. They wanted to see what Gu Changa planned to do. Gu Changa, I want to see my master and my sister. At this moment, a voice rang out in the quiet temple. Xiaoyang stood up and stared at Gu Changa with reddened eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke word by word. Fan. Chapter 5:21. Following this voice, Heavenly Dear Divine Hall fell silent for a moment. The leaders of the various clans did not expect that someone would stand up at this time and say such words to Gu Changa. This made them extremely shocked, and they all looked at Xiaoyang. Even the mountain lord beside Xiaoyang frowned slightly, thinking that Xiaoyang was being too anxious. So it's him, the disciple of the 9 mountains. I heard that he's the disciple of the 2nd mountain lord of the 9 mountains. The golden-robed man beside him is the Tao disciple of the 9 mountains, Gu Wudi. Does he have a death wish? How could he say such words at this time? Soon after, many people recognized Xiaoyang and came to a sudden realization. However, even more people were dissatisfied, worried that Xiaoyang's actions would cause Gu Changa to be dissatisfied. Now that they were all in the same boat, if Xiaoyang affected the situation, they would not care about Xiaoyang. They didn't care about Xiaoyang's identity. When the time came, they wouldn't spare him. You want to see your master and sister? Sure. I'll take this opportunity to show you my sincerity. Gu Changa was not surprised and did not care. He smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, several figures suddenly walked in from outside the divine hall. Everyone could not help but look over, their pupils constricting. The person in the lead was the 2nd mountain lord of the 9 mountains, but his expression was complicated. Although he had not been tortured, his cultivation and spiritual power had been sealed, making it difficult for him to use them. Behind the 2nd mountain lord was Luo Ying. As for Luo Feng, Gu Changa did not let him come out at this time. Seeing this, everyone in the divine hall was shocked. Then they carefully looked at the 2nd mountain lord and Luo Ying, but they did not find any injuries. While they were puzzled, they could not help but sigh in relief. It seemed that Gu Changa had come with sincerity and did not harm the hostages in his hands. This caused hope to suddenly rise in their hearts. This feast at Treacherous Gate was not as hopeless as they had thought. If Gu Changa did not have a big plan, Then he did have the intention to negotiate a peace treaty. Master, sister, when he saw the second Mountain Master and Luo Ying, Xiaoyang's eyes immediately turned red. His voice trembled, even though he had never seen Luo Ying before. However, just based on his intuition at this moment, that feeling of blood being thicker than water, he could also conclude that this person was his sister. Xiaoyang, the second Mountain Master, had never thought that there would be a day when he would see his disciple again. His expression was complicated. He felt gratified, but more than that, he felt helpless and regretful. It could be seen that Xiaoyang had matured a lot during this period of time. He was no longer as rash and impatient as before. You are the younger brother. Luo Ying stared at Xiaoyang. Her body trembled. Her voice trembled and her eyes reddened. If there were no accidents, Xiaoyang was now her only remaining relative in this world. Gu Chang'e said with a smile, "This Gu is a man of his word. If this alliance is successfully completed, what's wrong with me letting them go?" However, he didn't give them a chance to catch up. He waved his hand, and the subordinates beside Luo Ying and the second Mountain Master quickly led them away. When the people in the temple saw this, they didn't dare to say anything to stop it. On the contrary, Xiaoyang's eyes were even redder. He couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Light green runes surged on his body, and his aura seemed to be evolving into an unknown state. "Gu Chang'e, let go of my master and sister," he said through gritted teeth. His entire person was like an enraged beast. "Xiaoyang, shut up." Seeing this, the great Mountain Master frowned and couldn't help but shout. The rest of the people in the 8 Desolates 10 regions also frowned. They were somewhat dissatisfied with Xiaoyang. If it weren't for the great Mountain Master's presence, many people would have stepped in to shut Xiaoyang up. Everyone present was the true leader of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Since they hadn't spoken yet, how could a junior like Xiaoyang be the one to shout? "Junior brother Xiaoyang, don't say any more. Since Gu Chang'e has already said that if the alliance is successful, he will release the second Mountain Master and your sister. He won't go back on his word. If you do this, you will only make things more troublesome." At this time, Gu Wudi, who was beside Xiaoyang, sighed. He pulled Xiaoyang and explained in a low voice. Although Xiaoyang also understood this principle, he was still unwilling in his heart. Especially after seeing his master and sister with his own eyes, he wished that he could save them now. Gu Chang'e didn't care about the jumping Xiaoyang. In his eyes, Xiaoyang was no different from a dead man. It wouldn't be a problem to let him shout like this for a while. "Young Master Chang'e, what is the alliance you mentioned this time?" In the eyes of many people, Xiaoyang's matter was not worth mentioning. What they cared about was the survival of the 8 Desolates 10 regions this time. Immediately, the region master of the Chiliao Great Region stood out. He wore a fiery red robe, and even his hair was red. He looked like a fire god. His entire person had an unparalleled aura like a divine fire. His words were also the main point of everyone's attention. Immediately, they all looked over. Gu Chang'e sat at the head of the table and drank his wine unhurriedly. Hearing this, he put down his wine cup and smiled. "Naturally, it is as it says. The 2 worlds will restore peace and reduce the killing. Are you serious?" Hearing this, many people's hearts moved. Although they felt that it was unbelievable, they couldn't hide their hope. If peace could really be restored, they naturally couldn't ask for more. "Of course I am serious. I can swear a heavenly oath as proof. Of course, the prerequisite is how this alliance is set." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. "A heavenly oath?" "Yes. Please tell us more, young Master Chang'e." Everyone present was no stranger to the heavenly oath. It was one of the strictest oaths a cultivator could make, unless one didn't want to break through for the rest of their life or suffered from the backlash of their inner demons. No one dared to go against the heavenly oath. Therefore, they somewhat believed Gu Chang'e's words. They felt that this feast at Hongmen wasn't as deadly as they thought. It seems that you are all smart people. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Gu Changa nodded slightly with a slight smile on his face. He then continued unhurriedly. Actually, this peace treaty is very simple. From today onwards, the 8 barren 10 territories will be the lower realms of the upper realm, other than being ordered around by the upper realm. Every year, we will have to provide a certain amount of resources. However, before he could finish, the expressions of the people in the divine hall changed. Many people suddenly stood up, their expressions changed, and anger appeared on their faces. Guchanga, you have gone too far. What's the difference between this and becoming slaves of the upper realm? You keep saying that this is a peace treaty, but this is the peace treaty you're talking about. This is clearly a slave clause. Please forgive us for not listening. The domain leaders all stood up with ugly expressions on their faces. They were the first to express their anger. At first, they had some expectations, but after hearing Guchanga's words, they understood. This wasn't a peace treaty, it was a slave clause. It just had a nice-sounding name, being ordered around by the upper realm. What's the difference between this and asking us to surrender? The leaders of the other clans were also extremely gloomy. They felt that Guchanga was going too far. At first, they thought that Guchanga was being merciful and was going to let the 8 barren 10 territories go. Now, it seems that he tricked everyone into coming here so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. At this moment, everyone from the 8 barren 10 territories looked at the mountain leader. They wanted to hear his opinion. I gave you a choice. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. He said, It seems like you don't want to accept my kindness. After these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. They felt Guchanga's undisguised killer's intent. Could it be that everyone was going to die tragically here today? Is there no room for negotiation? The great mountain lord furrowed his brows and asked without hesitation. In his eyes, the peace treaty wasn't important. The important thing was to save Luo Feng. What happened to the 8 barren 10 territories had nothing to do with him. However, Guchanga didn't let Luo Feng show up today. This made him feel that the situation was a bit tricky. He needed time to find Luo Feng. Therefore, the best thing to do was to drag things out. What else do you want? At this time, do the 8 barren 10 territories have a choice? You either live or die. The smile on Guchanga's face disappeared and he became cold. As he stood up, he waved his sleeve and spoke. Suddenly, a vast and terrifying wave of energy came from outside the temple of Heavenly Deer. It was as if a Wangyang had come to life and was crushing towards this place. And there was more than one such wave of energy. Whoosh! In an instant, this part of the universe was locked down. Millions of miles of land were completely sealed. No living creature could escape. This scene made everyone in the Temple of Heavenly Deer change their expressions. They felt that Guchanga was finally revealing his true intentions. Chapter 5:22. Boom! A wave as vast as Wangyang swept through the outside of the temple. It was as if the blue sky was about to fall and destroy this place. One after another, vague and terrifying figures walked out of the sky Dear Divine Hall. Their faces were cold and indifferent, like statues that would never change. They stared coldly at the temple. Their auras were as deep as the abyss, as if they would attack at any moment. Guchanga, what is the meaning of this? The expressions of the people in Sky Deer Temple changed. Many of the territorial lords and wilderness lords immediately took out their Dharma weapons. A vast wave of energy emerged, and a dazzling brilliance was manifesting. The leaders of the other clans also took out their weapons, runes, and other items. Their expressions were solemn and they were extremely vigilant. If Guchanga insisted on keeping everyone here, they would have to fight back. In that case, the only thing they could do now was to fight to the death. They would not choose to be captured without a fight. Seeing this, Gu Changa did not care. He smiled faintly. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, don't blame me. What kind of chance are you calling this? If you want us to surrender, just say so. Why are you talking about a peace treaty? Many of the territorial lords looked terrible. Some were even flustered and felt insulted. The territorial lords of the Yunza territory and Chilia territory were also extremely gloomy. Gu Changa did not have the slightest sincerity. He was just using this as bait to catch all of them in one fell swoop. To them, this peace treaty was just a gimmick. Don't tell me you're still thinking that I'll give the order to retreat at this time? Do you think there's such a good thing in this world? Gu Changa shook his head lightly and said mockingly. To him, these people's thoughts were no different from a dream. The upper realm spent so much effort to break through Sky Deer City and attack the 8 wilderness 10 regions. In the end, they still thought that this peace treaty would allow them to withdraw their troops from the upper realm without paying anything. They thought too highly of him and the other orthodoxies in the upper realm. You're right. The upper realm spent so much effort to break through the 8 desolates and 10 regions. How could they just retreat without doing anything? The mountain lord pondered for a moment, then sighed and nodded in agreement. If the 8 desolates and the 12 domains become subordinate realms of the higher realms, we can stop some of the chaos and reduce many unnecessary casualties. He seemed to be explaining to himself, but also seemed to be explaining to the leaders of the sects in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. In fact, it was only the majority of the people who were furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. There was still a small group of people who were willing to surrender from the very beginning. However, because the leaders of the various territory lords and the remaining 3 divine battle clans had yet to express their opinions, they chose to remain silent. The words of the great mountain master had undoubtedly moved their hearts, and they felt that this peace treaty was not unacceptable. After all, there are only 2 paths in front of the entire 8 desolates and 10 regions. They could either submit or be destroyed. How many people in this world would rather die than submit? Obviously, there were too few people like this. Many of the leaders of the great clans had expressed their anger just now because they wanted to see if there was any possibility of reconciliation. This was a method of retreat in order to advance. What do you mean by that, great mountain lord? The territory lord of the great cloud pool was a little shocked. He did not expect the great mountain lord to have such an attitude. It seemed that he was also considering the possibility of this so-called peace treaty. Now that things have come to this, we don't have many choices left. The great mountain lord seemed to know what they were thinking and sighed helplessly. Looks like you're a smart person. Gu Changa smiled and narrowed his eyes, sizing up the great mountain lord with interest. He felt that the great mountain lord seemed to be implying something, which was slightly different from what he had expected. However, this was also good, as it was in line with his plan. We will consider the peace treaty that young Master Gu mentioned, but can you give us some time? The great mountain lord opened his mouth and said calmly, as if he was seriously considering this matter. I can give you some time, but I've never been patient. Gu Changa nodded lightly. He wanted to know why the great mountain lord was stalling for time. Could it be that he wanted to rescue the second mountain lord and the others? Or rescue Luo Feng? But no matter which possibility it was, Gu Changa was bound to not let him continue to live. 3 days. Young Master Gu, you only need to give us 3 days. After 3 days, we will give you an answer in this hall. What do you think? The great mountain lord said calmly. The rest of the baron lords and territory lords were shocked. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but closed them in the end. They did not expect the great mountain lord to say this in the end. However, it seemed that they had no other choice now. These 3 days were enough for them to consider whether they should accept or not. 3 days? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly, then said lightly, Sure, but you are not allowed to leave Sky Deer City in these 3 days. If I find out that you have the intention to leave, Don't blame me for being merciless. No problem. We will not wander around in these 3 days. The great mountain lord nodded and did not hesitate for long. He was now the backbone of the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Everyone followed his lead and naturally listened to his opinion. The territory lords and baron lords looked at each other. They had no other choice at this time. After that, the hall regained its tranquility, and the hostile atmosphere from before seemed to be an illusion. Everyone sat down again, but they were all in different moods. Many of the delicacies were difficult to swallow. The dancers at the banquet were graceful and beautiful. They were like fairies from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Guchanga, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not seem to care about this small incident. He smiled. From time to time, he would say a few words to the Empyrean, dear, mystic lady beside him. Many of the leaders of the large tribes had been paying attention to Guchanga's expression. Their hearts trembled slightly, and they whispered orders to the people beside them. Whether this method would work or not, they would only know after trying it. Junior brother Xiaoyang, don't be rash. You have to know that your actions now affect the lives of billions of people in the 8 desolates, 10 regions. If you anger Guchanga because of your actions, he will order everyone to be killed here. You will become the sinner of the entire 8 desolates, 10 regions. During the banquet, Gu Wudi advised Xiaoyang, who had a gloomy expression and was drinking alone with good intentions. When the leaders of the large tribes heard this, their eyes moved slightly. They frowned and looked at Xiaoyang, thinking that he might ruin it. But now that the great mountain lord was here, they could not blame Xiaoyang. I know. I don't need you to teach me this kind of thing. Xiaoyang was a little dissatisfied with Gu Wudi. Hearing this, he frowned and spoke rudely. Although the two of them had gone through hardships together, and his attitude towards Gu Wudi had improved slightly, it was not to the extent that Gu Wudi would teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Gu Wudi's eyes flashed with a dark haze. However, on the surface, he still looked like he was thinking for Xiaoyang and shook his head. He sneaked a glance at Guchanga, who was sitting at the head of the table. Seeing that Guchanga did not seem to notice this, the haze in his heart deepened. He had tolerated Xiaoyang for a long time. If not for Guchanga's orders, he would have dealt with Xiaoyang long ago. But since Guchanga did not give the order, he did not dare to act rashly. But Gu Wudi knew that Xiaoyang would not live for long after this trip to Sky Deer City. Not long after, the banquet ended. The people from the 8 desolates, 10 regions heaved a sigh of relief and were led away by the Gu clan servants. They were given a place to rest. Guchanga had given them 3 days. That meant that they still had 3 days to relax. 3 days later, they would explain to Guchanga here and decide the fate of the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Uncle, among the people from the Cloud Pool Grand Region, the calm and quiet fairy Qingyiwa suddenly glanced at the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord and said softly, I understand. It must have been hard on you. The Cloud Pool Territorial Lord sighed in his heart. He felt a little regretful, but his expression gradually became firm as he nodded. Young Lord Changa, take care. I still have some matters to discuss with young Lord Changa alone. He took the initiative to speak to Guchanga, who was about to leave, under the shocked gazes of many people. What is the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord trying to do? His son Zhao Yunza was killed by Guchanga. There is a deep hatred between them that is difficult to erase. At this time he asked Guchanga to stay. Is he taking the opportunity to take revenge? While many people were shocked, they guessed in their hearts. But they felt that the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord was not so bold and capable. Even the Mountain Lord frowned, worried that the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord would ruin his plans. In Sky Deer City, even if everyone attacked together, they would not be able to hurt Guchanga, let alone take revenge. At this time, everyone could only hope that the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord would not do anything stupid. Oh, Cloud Pool Territorial Lord, what is the matter? Hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly and stopped. She stood at the head of the table and watched. If he remembered correctly, he was the one who killed the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord's son, Zhao Yunze. How could he tolerate such a thing? The Cloud Pool Territorial Lord hid the hatred in his eyes. He cupped his hands and said, I have some matters to discuss with young Lord Chang'e alone. For the sake of the Cloud Pool Grand Region, he could only hide his hatred for his son. He did not dare to reveal it. What matters do you need to talk about alone? Gu Chang'e smiled but did not reject his request. Seeing this, the rest of the people's eyes flashed, but they could not stay any longer. They were led away by the Gu family servants and left Sky, Dear Divine Hall. However, many people noticed Fairy Qingyue beside the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord. They cursed under their breath. What an old man, offering his daughter for glory. To them, Fairy Qingyue was Zhao Yunze's lover, and the two of them had even intended to be engaged. Now that Zhao Yunze was dead, the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord wanted to offer Fairy Qingyue to protect the Cloud Pool Grand Region. If his son knew of this, would he be able to rest in peace? Soon, only the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord, Fairy Qingyue behind him, Gu Chang'e, and the mystic Lady of Sky Deer were left. Speak. What do you want? Gu Chang'e looked at Fairy Qingyue with interest. He could guess the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord's motive. This made him feel a little strange. The Cloud Pool Territorial Lord was someone who could endure. Now, he even took the initiative to offer a beauty to curry favor with him. But he did not know if he had any ulterior motives. Qingyue greets young Lord Chang'e. Before the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord could reply, Fairy Qingyue had already stepped forward and bowed to Gu Chang'e respectfully. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and said, Is this what you wanted to talk to me about in private? The Cloud Pool Territorial Lord clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves, but he still smiled and said, I heard that young Lord Chang'e has many beauties around him. I thought you would be more interested in them. Qingyue is the most beautiful woman in the Cloud Pool Grand Region for many years, so he did not finish a sentence, but anyone in the know knew what he meant. The mystic Lady of Sky, Deer, frowned slightly. She was also a little surprised. She did not expect that someone like the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord would give up on avenging his son in the end and have to offer his daughter for glory. Although the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord had a fawning smile on his face, he felt humiliated inside. He could not wait to leave the hall. He did not even know how to face his son in the afterlife if he died of old age in the future. Although Fairy Qingyue had acted on her own accord, and he had never forced her to do so, he had never had such thoughts. But this matter had ultimately passed through his hands. From now on, in the eyes of many people, he, the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord, would be the true coward who offered his daughter for glory. The most beautiful woman in the Cloud Pool Grand Region? Gu Chang'e sized up Fairy Qingyue with an inexplicable expression. At that moment, the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord and Fairy Qingyue could not guess what he was thinking. Yes, the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord braced himself and replied, But from what I know, the most beautiful woman in the Cloud Pool Grand Region is very close to your son, Zhao Yunze. Could it be her? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and asked with a strange look in his eyes. He did not expect such boldness. Either she had a motive, or she was extremely patient. To be honest, young Master Chang'e, Qingyue is indeed close to Yunze, but they are only friends. There is nothing between them. Before the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord could speak, Fairy Qingyue was the first to speak. She replied with a cold expression, as if she did not want Gu Chang'e to misunderstand. Interesting. Gu Chang'e smiled and asked, So you want me to let the Cloud Pool Grand Region off just like that? We do not dare. This time, the Cloud Pool Grand Region will definitely cooperate fully with young Master Chang'e's peace treaty. We will not have any other intentions, the Cloud Pool Territorial Lord quickly replied. Oh, if that is the case, that would be for the best. Gu Chang'e nodded casually. After that, the Cloud Pool territorial lord seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He gave Fairy Qingyue a look and left first. The Gu family servants outside the hall led him to another area. I killed Zhao Yunze. Don't you intend to avenge him? After the Cloud Pool territorial lord left, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly as he stared at Fairy Qingyue. Fairy Qingyue's expression was very calm. She shook her head and explained, with my abilities, it is impossible for me to avenge him. Young Master Chang'e, you worry too much. Now that the 8 desolates and 10 regions are in a precarious situation, I am like a piece of duckweed. I just want to find someone I can rely on. Is that so? Gu Chang'e smiled nonchalantly. But I can feel a strong murderous intent from you. You seem to want to kill me, and your murderous intent is much stronger than anyone else's. Fairy Qingyue's expression changed slightly. She did not understand why Gu Chang'e would say that. Then she quickly recovered and said, Why do you say that, young Master Chang'e? If you are unhappy with me, you can. However, Gu Chang'e waved his hand and did not let her finish her sentence. He smiled faintly and said, Do you know what is the biggest taboo for an assassin? Fairy Qingyue still looked as if she did not understand what Gu Chang'e was talking about. She said in confusion, Young Master Chang'e, you worry too much. I am not an assassin. The biggest taboo for an assassin is to use an egg against a rock. Gu Chang'e's smile disappeared. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. He directly struck Fairy Qingyue with his palm, causing her to cough up large amounts of blood as she was sent flying. At that moment, a broken stone tablet fell out of her sleeve with a clang. Countless dazzling runes were reflected on it. It looked as if it could burn at any moment, and it contained terrifying power. This scene caused her face to turn pale. She was in a daze, and she could not believe what she saw. You want to assassinate me with a broken stone tablet? Gu Chang'e shook his head. His eyes were cold and deep. Without needing his instructions, the heaven deer mystic fairy behind him moved and swiftly captured Fairy Qingyue. Gu Chang'e, you have committed so many evil deeds and are so deranged. You will receive retribution sooner or later. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Seeing that her plan had been exposed, Fairy Qingyue, who was covered in blood and had disheveled hair, looked up. She could not help but scream like a ferocious ghost. Her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. She didn't understand what was wrong with her and why Gu Chang'e saw through her trick. However, she knew that she would not be able to escape death today. Moreover, the failure of her plan would implicate the entire Great Cloud Pool region. Chapter 5:23. Gu Chang'e, you will die a horrible death. You will suffer retribution sooner or later. In Sky Deer Divine Hall, Fairy Qingyue was covered in blood. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked like a ferocious ghost. She was no longer as calm and composed as before. Her eyes were bloodshot. After her plan was exposed, she cursed and swore at Gu Chang'e like a shrew. Since she was going to die anyway, there was nothing for her to care about. However, not being able to avenge Zhao Yunze was her greatest regret. I don't know whether I will die or not, but I do know that the billions of lives in the Great Cloud Pool behind you will suffer the consequences that they should not suffer because of you. Gu Chang'e shook his head. His expression was very cold. I am the only one who did this. If you have a problem, come at me. What's the point of blaming others? Fairy Qingyue could not help but curse when she heard that. She could not wait to vent all the anger that she had accumulated during this period of time. You are representing the Great Cloud Pool now. What's the point of saying all this to me? Gu Chang'e said calmly. He was not surprised by Fairy Qingyue's assassination attempt. After that, powerful figures from the Gu family rushed over and took her away. If such a thing happened, not only would it affect the Cloud Pool region, but even the other large regions would be affected to a certain extent. After all, this was Sky Deer City's territory. The Great Cloud Pool region lord had ulterior motives and offered Fairy Qingyue, but she tried to assassinate him. Of course, Guchanga felt that the great Cloud Pool region lord might not know about this. Fairy Qingyue was obviously planning to avenge Zhao Yunze. However, this did not stop him from making an example out of her. Guchanga did not take this incident to heart. Instead, he was guessing when the great mountain lord was going to make his move. In his eyes, the great mountain lord was more important. He had already set up a trap in secret and was waiting for the great mountain lord to make his move. Young Master Gu, how did you know that Fairy Qingyue was trying to assassinate you? The mystic lady of Sky Deer could not help but ask. She did not see anything unusual. If not for the fact that Guchanga had suddenly made a move and knocked the weapon out of Fairy Qingyue's sleeve, she would not have believed that Fairy Qingyue had the guts to assassinate Guchanga. No, I can't tell. Guchanga glanced at her and shook his head. You didn't see it? The Empyrean dear mystic maiden was even more confused. Then why did young Master Gu suddenly attack? What if you make a mistake? If it's a mistake, it's a mistake. Does she dare to say anything else? Guchanga smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden's expression froze. She could not find the words to refute. Very soon, news of Fairy Qingyue's failed assassination attempt on Guchanga spread, causing a huge commotion. When the leaders of the 8 desolates and 10 regions heard this news, they were all stunned. Damn it, this is harming all of us. It wasn't easy for us to exchange for 3 days of peace. Many people's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help cursing under their breaths. They felt that they would be implicated by Fairy Qingyue. Fairy Qingyue suddenly tried to assassinate Guchanga at such a crucial time. No matter what her motive was, wasn't this clearly asking for death? Moreover, they were worried that this would cause Guchanga to change his mind. After all of them were in Sky Deer City now, and the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was sealed. No one could escape. If Guchanga suddenly gave the order to kill them, what would they do? How would they break out of the encirclement? I was wondering why the Cloud Pool region leader would let go of his hatred so easily. So this is what he planned. What a daring person. Some of the leaders' eyes flashed. They were still guessing why the Cloud Pool region leader did this. They thought that he had already let go of his son. Who would have thought that he would arrange for someone to assassinate Guchanga? What a pity. Not only is Guchanga fine, but he even captured Fairy Qingyue. Looks like the Cloud Pool region's days are going to be tough. Many people rejoiced in the Cloud Pool region leader's misfortune. They were glad that they didn't have such thoughts. How is this possible? The Cloud Pool region leader, who was directly involved, was stunned when he heard the news. He stood rooted to the ground. He was completely stunned, and his mind went blank. He had never expected Fairy Qingyue to assassinate Guchanga behind his back. She had never mentioned such a thing before. The Cloud Pool region leader had always thought that Fairy Qingyue was sacrificing herself to protect the Cloud Pool region. That was why she was willing to compromise and curry favor with Guchanga. He had never expected that she would choose to assassinate Guchanga. Oh no, Qingyue's actions will only ruin things. The Cloud Pool region leader's face turned pale, and his lips trembled. He felt dizzy at the thought of the terrible consequences of this matter. He almost collapsed to the ground. How could Qingyue dare to do such a thing? Assassinate Guchanga in Sky Deer City? This was no different from pushing the entire Cloud Pool region into a burning hot stove. While everyone in the 8 desolates 10 regions was feeling uneasy and terrified over Fairy Qingyue's attempt to assassinate Guchanga, on the other side, in a majestic palace, Xiaoyang Guwudi and the 3 gods of war were standing respectfully in front of the mountain lord, discussing some matters. Today, I delayed Guchanga for 3 days in the main hall. In these 3 days, you must find a way to find out where the second mountain lord and the rest are being held. This will be our last chance, the mountain lord said slowly. The mountain lord spoke slowly. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if everything was under his control. "Don't worry, Mountain Lord. I will definitely find where the second Mountain Lord and the rest are being held." Xiao Yang understood the importance of this matter. He could not help but promise solemnly, "In that case, the spies I planted in Sky Deer City can finally be of use." Gu Wudi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He clenched his fists as if he was very confident. "The spies you planted in Sky Deer City?" The Mountain Lord could not help but look at him. He asked curiously, "How confident are your spies?" Xiao Yang was also a little surprised. He did not expect Gu Wudi to have such a trick up his sleeve. Perhaps it could be of use at this time. "To be honest, when Xiao Yang and I left Heavenly Deer City to look for you, I was worried that Heavenly Deer City would fall. I made preparations beforehand and controlled many people. Although they betrayed Heavenly Deer City, they have always been my people. If they attack, we might be able to find where the second Mountain Lord and the rest are being held." Gu Wudi swore, his face full of confidence. "Is that so? I hope your spies can give me a surprise." The Mountain Lord nodded. He was satisfied, but he did not place all his hopes on Gu Wudi. Gu Changa was so cunning. How could it be so easy to find the place where they were being held? On the other side, Gu Changa, Ancestor Bone, and Aishang and the rest appeared in the dungeon where Luo Feng and the rest were held. "According to young master's instructions, we have set up an inescapable net nearby. All kinds of forbidden runes have been engraved. As long as the Mountain Lord barges in, he will not be able to escape." Ancestor Bone said respectfully, "Thank you for your hard work." Gu Changa nodded. His gaze swept across the walls of the dungeon. He was especially satisfied when he saw the areas that were glowing faintly. Although Sky Deer City was heavily guarded, and even millions of miles of territory had been sealed off, he was not worried. After all, the Mountain Lord was a peak existence that surpassed the immortal realm. He was comparable to the Wind Ancestor. Even if it was because of the current laws of heaven and earth, it was difficult for him to unleash his peak strength. But if he wanted to escape, who could stop him? Gu Changa did not believe that the Mountain Lord would care about the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, and billions of lives. A person like him only cared about the epic tree in Luo Feng's hands. He only cared about the possibility of returning to his peak. Hence, Gu Changa was sure that the Mountain Lord would find a way to find where Luo Feng was being held, rescue him, and then bring him away. The Mountain Lord was just stalling for time these 3 days. He could beat him at his own game and wait for the Mountain Lord to enter the trap. The inescapable net has been set. All we have to do is wait for the big fish to enter. Gu Changa looked at the unconscious Luo Feng with a strange look in her eyes. Just in case, he had devoured Luo Feng's divine spirit completely. What was left was only a weak trace of life aura. Hence, even if the Mountain Lord managed to escape, he would discover that the epic tree was already in his hands. All his efforts would be for naught. 2 days passed quickly. Everyone in the 8 wastelands, 10 regions felt uneasy because of Fairy Qingyue's assassination attempt on Gu Changa. They were worried that they would be implicated. However, to their surprise, Gu Changa did not seem to be angry. He did not blame them either. On the other hand, the Cloud Pool territory Lord led his people to beg for forgiveness on the 2nd day. He personally found Gu Changa and explained that they had nothing to do with Fairy Qingyue's assassination attempt. He was also willing to serve the Changsheng Gu family from now on. Gu Changa had expected the Cloud Pool territory Lord to do this. The Cloud Pool territory was the largest territory in the 8 wastelands, 10 regions. It was extremely vast and rich in resources. Gu Changa had no reason not to take down the Cloud Pool territory Lord without expending a single soldier. This incident caused quite a stir. None of the major tribes had expected the Cloud Pool territory Lord to be so decisive. His actions made many tribes restless. Although the 3 days were for discussion, it was actually for them to calm down. Now that they had calmed down, it was time to make a decision. Mountain Lord, I've mobilized my spies over the past few days and finally found a suspicious place. We suspect that the second Mountain Lord and the others are being held captive there." At this moment, Guwudi reported to the Mountain Lord respectfully in the palaces where the various tribes were resting. Behind him stood Xiaoyang and 3 other powerful figures from the Divine War Tribe. However, their expressions were the same as Guwudi's. They were excited. It was obvious that they had found some clues. "Oh, where is the suspicious place?" the Mountain Lord asked calmly. They had not found a single clue in the past 2 days. Honestly, he was starting to feel a little anxious. However, he was cautious by nature. He would not act rashly unless he was very confident. "We found a hidden array formation in the southwest corner of Skydeer City. However, compared to the tight security everywhere else, the security there is exceptionally weak. At first, we did not pay much attention to that place. We felt that it was not important, so there were not many people guarding it. However, junior brother Xiaoyang found that something was wrong. The weakness there seemed to be deliberately shown to us by the upper realm so that we would overlook it. Actually, in the dark, the security there is much tighter than the other places." Guwudi's expression was solemn as he slowly explained. When he mentioned that Xiaoyang found that something was wrong, a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash, and he quickly returned to normal. "Oh, there's such a place. You're all very meticulous." It seems that there is no mistake. Hearing this, the Mountain Lord's heart skipped a beat. Then, a rare smile appeared on his face. Chapter 5:24. In the palace, the Mountain Lord's eyes flickered. He waved his sleeves, and a layer of green light shot out, covering the entire area. This was to prevent any powerful cultivators from using their divine consciousness to spy on them. Other than them, there were also the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans in the palace. They were all people the Mountain Lord trusted. To him, as long as he knew where Luo Feng and the rest were locked up, everything else would be easy. After he rescued Luo Feng, he would tear open this universe and leave. The universe was so vast, and there were so many universes. He could just find a place to live in seclusion. Who could find him then? As for the life and death of the 8 desolates and 10 regions, what did that have to do with him? In the Mountain Lord's eyes, all the races in the 8 desolates and 4 seas were just pawns he used to buy time. If that's the case, shall we act tonight? I'm worried that if we wait too long, Gu Changa will sense that something is wrong and move Master, Sister, and the rest away. Then Xiaoyang and the rest became serious, especially Xiaoyang. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait to go to the dungeon and save his master and sister. From your investigation, that should be where the second Mountain Lord and the rest are locked up. There's no time to lose. It seems that we'll have to make our move tonight. The Mountain Lord nodded with a rare smile on his face. Then, everyone discussed the details of their next move. They wanted to be 100% sure that they would not make any mistakes. In the blink of an eye, dusk fell. The entire Skydeer City was shrouded in a layer of magnificent fog. Streaks of bright stars fell from the sky. When the time comes, some of you will guard the entrance. If there are any strange movements, you will be notified immediately. The Mountain Lord's face was solemn. He glanced at all the cultivators in front of him and ordered, "We understand. Don't worry, Mountain Lord." Everyone's expression was solemn. They knew how important tonight's move was. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Then, the Mountain Lord waved his sleeves, and ancient and mysterious runes appeared in the void. They turned into a hazy glow, concealing everyone's figures. He appeared to be rather cautious. While sensing the movements of the surrounding cultivators who were monitoring this place, he concealed himself and left the palace complex, heading towards the street in the southwest direction. Although it was night time, 623 Heavenly Deer City was still brightly lit. There were figures moving about in the various palaces and pavilions. Singing could be heard on the boat. In the distance, the fishing boats were like beans, bustling with noise and excitement. Stone gambling dens, tea-houses, shops, brothels. Cultivators could be seen in almost every place. Apart from the occasional patrolling soldiers in the sky, the entire Sky Deer City seemed rather peaceful. It was completely different from the solemn and heavy atmosphere of war in the past. Xiaoyang, Guwudi, and the others carefully concealed their auras as they followed behind the Mountain Lord. Even though the Mountain Lord had stepped in to protect them, it was impossible for them not to be nervous at such a critical juncture. However, the great Mountain Master's dermic powers were profound and his means were extraordinary. It was even harder to find a flaw in his concealment divine ability. They left the palace and walked for hundreds of miles on the streets, but no one found them. This more or less made them feel a lot more at ease, and they felt even more confident. After passing through the stone gambling den, there's a dilapidated house in the southwest direction. That's the suspicious place we've investigated, Xiaoyang said. Xiaoyang opened his mouth and said. He looked at the brightly lit stone gambling den in front of him and pointed to a house behind it. From where they were, they could only vaguely see that the light there was dimmer, as if no one lived there. There's indeed an obscure fluctuation there. We'll have to be careful later. Gu Changa is so cunning. He might have set up many traps there. The great Mountain Lord nodded. His expression was slightly solemn, and a faint golden glow was gathering in his originally pitch-black eyes. The aura of the entire world, the changes of the laws, and even the fluctuations of the great Tao appeared in his mind. Such a method already involved the origin of the world. It was extremely mysterious, following which, the group carefully concealed their auras and stealthily made their way to the dilapidated house. Young Master, as you've guessed, the Mountain Lord and the others have secretly left the palace they've been resting in for the past few days. According to our spies, they should be heading in the southwest direction. At the same time, on top of a palace in the southwest direction of Sky Deer City, Gu Changa stood there and looked at the group of splendid palaces in the distance. He seemed to be deep in thought. Behind him, Anai Shang's figure appeared and spoke respectfully. It seems like the fish is about to enter the net. I didn't waste so much time setting it up. Gu Changa smiled faintly and retracted his gaze. Young Master, you're so clever. The Mountain Lord thinks that everything is under control. He doesn't know that you've already arranged everything. Anai Shang looked at Gu Changa's back. A smile appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Her eyes were bright. If Ancestor Bone hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known that Gu Wudi, who was by the Mountain Lord's side, was actually a hidden chess piece that Gu Changa had placed there. In that case, Gu Changa had already predicted this situation and arranged for Gu Wudi to be there early on. All of these arrangements really made her feel amazed. If she had been the Mountain Lord, she would not have been able to figure out what had gone wrong even until the day she died. The Mountain Lord thought that his rescue plan was foolproof, but in reality it was already under Gu Changa's control. He even revealed the location of Luo Feng and the second Mountain Lord to Gu Wudi. He then told Gu Wudi how to explain it to the Mountain Lord so that the Mountain Lord wouldn't be suspicious and cautious. Judging by the time, it should be about time. Pass down the order and gather everyone. The fish has taken the bait. It's time for me to reel in the net. Gu Changa smiled and moved. As he took a step forward, there seemed to be invisible stairs condensing in front of him. With one step, he disappeared thousands of miles away. Yes, young master, Anai Shang replied respectfully. She also disappeared in an instant. At the same time, several terrifying auras appeared in the dark of Sky Deer City. A vast wave of energy swept across the sky like a raging wave, shaking the heavens and intimidating the universe. Many cultivators and living beings who didn't know what was going on trembled and almost prostrated themselves before this aura. The leaders of the 8 Desolate's 10 regions, who were discussing tomorrow's peace treaty, also trembled. Their expressions changed as they almost thought that it was the upper world's experts. At that moment, an inexplicable, terrifying aura descended and enveloped the entire Sky Deer City. On the other side, Xiao Yang and the rest, who had carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers, finally found the dilapidated house. From the outside, it looked like the owner of the house had fled before a great battle. It was extremely hurried, and there were still some things that hadn't been moved away. It looked extremely desolate. There were many wormwood plants that were half the height of a person growing in the corners of the walls. They were covered in vines and looked extremely creepy at night. This place was extremely quiet. There were no patrolling soldiers. However, it was because of this that Xiao Yang and the rest felt uneasy and were even more careful. Leave some people outside. The rest follow me down. There's a formation pattern here that can hide from others, the great mountain chieftain suddenly said. At this moment, the great mountain master suddenly opened his mouth. There seemed to be 2 candlelight burning in the depths of his eyes. They were golden and dazzling, and they emitted an intimidating pressure. He stared at a courtyard not far away. With a raise of his hand, divine talismans were shot out. Instantly, the light there disappeared, and a vague door spread out like ripples. Seeing this scene, everyone was excited. Through that door, they could see a very well-hidden passageway. At that moment, they no longer had any doubts about where the second mountain chieftain and the rest were imprisoned. Time is of the essence. I made a move to hide the heavenly secrets here. They won't notice us for a while, the great mountain chieftain continued. Strands of rules and order fell from his robes. At that moment, his entire body was filled with celestial light. He was powerful and mysterious. Hearing this, everyone became serious. Then Xiao Yang, Guudi, and the rest chose to follow the great mountain chieftain. The Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird Clan's experts stayed outside to keep watch. If there were any strange movements, they would immediately send news. However, to everyone's surprise, there were not many prison guards guarding the tunnel. Therefore, the moment the great mountain chieftain entered, he waved his sleeves. A vast aura blasted out, sending many prison guards in front of him flying. They fainted and fell to the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Great, it's really here. Xiao Yang and the rest were excited. They followed closely behind him and did not notice anything amiss. The layout of the tunnel was similar to that of many dungeons. There were many perennially lit candles on both sides. It was dark and damp. Not long after entering, they saw a few people imprisoned. They were Luo Ying and the second mountain chieftain. However, their 4 senses were obviously sealed. They could not speak or hear anything. They could only see the great mountain chieftain, Xiao Yang, and the rest rushing over from outside the dungeon. There are chains wrapped around Luo Ying and the second mountain chieftain. These chains were obviously made of a special material and were extremely sturdy. They were locked in the depths of the dungeon and could not move. On the other side, Luo Feng was in a similar condition. However, he was unconscious and only had a weak aura. Seeing this, Xiao Yang and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Even the great mountain chieftain smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that Gu Chang'e is very confident in his arrangements. He did not send any experts to guard this place. Xiao Yang looked around. Apart from the few imprisoned people, he did not see anyone guarding this place. This surprised him a little. However, he felt that Gu Chang'e was very confident and did not think that anyone would dare to barge in and rescue the second mountain chieftain. Master, sister, I'm coming to save you. Xiao Yang did not think too much. He stepped forward and runes rose from his body. He walked toward the chained second mountain chieftain and Luo Ying in an attempt to save them. However, what made him feel strange was why Luo Ying and the second mountain chieftain were looking at him with fear, helplessness, and pain. Especially Luo Ying. Her eyes were wide open, as if there was a great terror hidden in this place. Something's wrong. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? However, at this moment, the smile on the great mountain chieftain's face suddenly froze. He frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, The sound of footsteps could be heard in the silent dungeon. It was neither fast nor slow, but it gradually came from outside. Hearing this sound, no matter how slow Xiaoyang and the rest were, they could feel that something was wrong. Their hearts skipped a beat. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately took out the weapons in their hands. The plan to rescue the second mountain chieftain and the rest did not seem to be going so smoothly. What? Who is it? The great mountain chieftain felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end as he turned around abruptly. His voice was filled with anger and contained a special magical power. Even a supreme martial artist would be injured by this Dao shout. However, the moment the great mountain chieftain opened his mouth, there was a buzzing sound, and the four walls of the dungeon suddenly lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Runes of the great Dao appeared one after another. They were like bright lamps, dazzling and blinding, causing tears to flow out of their eyes. In an instant, they lit up the dark dungeon. Boom! These runes of the great Dao contained a terrifying aura. It was like a river of stars floating there, forming all things in the heavens, mountains, rivers, stars, suns, moons, and rivers. At the same time, some kind of supreme rule appeared in this place. It came from all directions and was imprinted in the void. Vast and mighty chaotic fog could be seen rising, as if an ancient palace was floating within it. Xiaoyang and the rest could even hear the ancient chanting of sutras. They could see a tall and blurry figure sitting within. It was like an ancient demon god that could suppress all the worlds in the heavens. Such a scene caused their expressions to change drastically. They were filled with fear and disbelief. It was obvious that these experts had made arrangements to completely seal off this place. Even their auras could not be transmitted out. "It's you, Guchanga. How did you know we would come here?" When he saw the white-robed man walking in from outside the dungeon, Xiaoyang's expression changed drastically. His voice was trembling and even a little pale. He could not believe it. "I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Guchanga had a carefree smile on his face. He shook his head lightly and did not explain anything. As his words fell, a vast wave of energy suddenly came from behind him. It was like a mountain sea that was rushing forward, wanting to drown Xiaoyang and the rest. Many Dao attainments cultivators appeared. Among them, the auras of Ancestor Bone and the rest were the most terrifying. Just by standing there, they were suppressing Xiaoyang and the rest to bend their backs and worship them. Such an aura made their faces pale with fear. They could not hide their fear and could not stand steadily. They could only look at the great mountain chieftain for help. "You knew that I would come to rescue them?" Although the great mountain chieftain was much calmer than Xiaoyang and the rest, his expression was also heavy. He stared at Guchanga and asked,